Okay, here we go. I think we got a lot of work to do today, so we should probably get to it, dudes. We got a lot of work to do. We're gonna try to get the rear fascia panel off the back of the car. It's going to that gets a little involved. We're gonna need the welder, gonna need grinding wheels, gonna need the drill, spot weld cutter. We're gonna need a lot. We're gonna need a lot. Also, there's a ow! I muted the sound. Why did it turn it back on? Sorry about that, dudes. There's the new GTA trailer out. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. Dude, I mute that thing, play the video, and it unmutes, and then I mute it again, play the video, and then it unmutes again. I hate that feature. That feature is awful. You gotta mute it 2 times. Look at that, the gains, bro. It's all about them gains. Wow. All I could say is wow. There's some impressive graphics going on here. If you squint your eyes, it's hard to tell. Damn, dude. Damn. That's not rendered, dude. That's the game. Hey. Yo. 59 Eldorado. I didn't even notice that. And then there's also a Ranchero, not Ranchero over here. The front of it, I could tell from the bumper, the front of it is a Ranchero, like a 1970 Ranchero, and the back of it's an El Camino from the 70s. The accent lines are halfway in between. That's why the accent line goes up. Dude. Yeah, see? That is a caddy. But they skirted copyright. 58, so that's... They skirted the copyright. Those fins are from a 62 Coupe de Ville. Right? And those bullets are from a 58 Eldorado. And the bumper's from a 58 Eldorado. I love how they kit bash cars to avoid copyright. That's so cool. Now the Ford, I don't know how they got around that. That's blatantly a Ford Raptor, but whatever. Dude. Subsurface scattering again. Unbelievable. Look at this. I can't play the sound because of the freaking music. But dude, look at the reflections off the water. Really, really nice stuff. The normal mapping right here of the brush. That's pretty cool. And yes, that's... They put a 58 Bel Air on the front of a 62 Cadillac. Dude, it's a kit-bashed Coupe de Ville. That's pretty funny. So see the sweat glistening like that, because I'm sweating because I did a lot of work in the shop this morning. See that? That's really hard to do. Subsurface scattering and making skin look right is very difficult. It's a hard thing to get right, and it's pretty good, man. This is rage. Yep. My video card is having an aneurysm just watching this. Good. I'm looking around. See some weird stuff. Oh. It's got truck nuts. Also, square body, Dodge Ram, Corvette, or Coquette, is what it's called. 747. Dude, that's... Look at all the wires. That's really good, man. That's really good stuff. Dude. Hold on. Yo, look at the beer. Look at the beer bottles. Look at the beer bottles refract the light. Yo. Pretty good. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for in-game. Oh my goodness. CVPI making a appearance again. This is impressive, dude. This is really this would be impressive if it was rendered. That's not so like it's a rendered cutscene using the environment as opposed to like an in-game cutscene. That's an in-game cutscene, which means it's rendered in the game environment, which is pretty. I mean, it's not like standalone render footage. This is what you'd be seeing in the game, which is once again just horribly impressive. There's that Elko again. That El Corrado. Yeah, we're gonna need a... Well, it's not coming out for PC for a while, so I'm not worried about that. MP5? What's that? What are you using that antique for? So see the dude? See the sweat on the guy's skin? Like, I don't mean to keep pointing that out. I know that sounds really strange, but in 3D art, that is insanely hard to get right. And that looks right. That looks real, which is pretty cool. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. I love that. The Modelo, not Modelo. Anyway, water looks amazing. Everything about this looks crazy, dude. We can watch more of it later. Dude, the sequin dress is unbelievable. Look at the lighting on that thing. The lighting, guys. The lighting is fantastic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Jeez. Holy cow, man. The lighting, the shading... I know it sounds ridiculous. The shading and lighting in this game is unbelievable. Dude, look at it. Look at the sequin in the nightclub. That's amazing. It's reflecting all the different lights. That's pretty damn impressive. It looks like that looks like old asphalt to me. It's pretty good, dude. Dude, you could see the freaking liver spots on the guy. Like, for real. Come on now. Once again, lighting, unbelievable. That mesh sleeve, unreal. You know how hard that is to make that look correct? That looks right. You didn't even think about it, right? You didn't even. You just saw. You were looking at something else. Were you staring at the woman in the red dress? Look again. I mean, look at the reflection on the dude's chain. Unbelievable. The chain is reflecting the scattered light from the sun, which is just. Oh, a dually. Look at that, boy. There's a dually. Unbelievable. Dude, once again, the reflection through the beer bottle. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good. The physics on the hair. Yeah, that's scatter. Those are called scatter effects, John, and they're amazing for real time. That's absurdly good for real time. Also, the guy has a 249 at his gun store because Florida. God rays. You wouldn't see God rays from a fluorescent light, but whatever. I refuse to, 1, buy a new Xbox for this, and 2, not play it on my PC. Kind of with you on that one. But that's why I'll buy it on console and you can watch me play it. Ooh, an MD500. Well, it's got the pod, so it's probably not an MD500. It's probably an OH6. Yeah, the new GTA trailer came out real quick. I just wanted to blaze through it real fast. Look at the chrome. The reflection on the chrome. Pretty good. It's pretty good, dude. I don't know why that guy's welding a boat, but hey, whatever. What would you be welding on the hull of this boat that's blatantly fiberglass? You know, just weld fiberglass. That's fine. Rockstar released an entire thread. Check this out. Dude, this is crazy. That's nuts, man. That is just... Seriously. I'll wait. It's fine. Little bummed that it's going to take another year, but we'll wait. Yeah, they gave us a press kit. That's right. I got the press kit, actually. It's sitting in my email, but somebody already posted this here, so it'll be easier. Dude, look at the brush. See, it's the little things that sell this stuff, dudes. You know what I mean? It doesn't even need to look like 100% real, right? It's the little things that fool your mind into thinking it's correct. Like the brush on the side of the street. You know? The little reflectors to demark the lines at night. You know? It's little stuff like that really sells like 3D rendering. See, look at subsurface scattering again. Unfrickin' real, dude. The crappy nail polish on her finger. That's amazing. Even tats. Tats are extremely difficult to get right on somebody in a game. That's really tough because you have to deal with the subsurface scattering, but you have a texture on top of that subsurface scattering. Note how the tats are kind of a little weird looking. But for the most part, it's pretty damn close, dude. You can see the stitching on the guy's hat. Unbelievable. That's GTA 6. Yep. The leaves on the trees are pretty good. Yeah, it's small stuff like that, Dan, that sells it. It's tiny things like that that make it really good. In this particular case, it would be the soap on the windshield. But also see the dude's hair on his arm, right? And the sun shining through that. Yeah, the soap on the windshield, you know? The reflection in the guy's glasses. Right? You could still see his eye through the glass, but you could clearly tell he's sitting in front of a computer. Also, the gear horde freaking SIG, not SIG over there. Yeah, that's right. You stay classy, bro. Damn, that looks good, dude. Subsurface scattering in this shot went a little too shiny. The guy looks like he's made out of rubber. Don't drop it. Yeah, see, again, they have to, like, the pigment is amazing, dude. You could see the dude's freaking pores in this shot, right? Like the reflections on the chain, even the reflection on the cup. You can tell that that's a paper cup. It looks like a paper cup. Also, there's somebody upside down over there. I would say that tone down the specularity just a smidge, because something about that shot doesn't look exactly right, but either way. All right, cool. Well, that's the GTA 6 trailer. We can discuss it more during Space News if you guys want to see it, but we have to get going. We have to get out to the shop. Are graphics better on PC than on PS5 in general? Yeah. For the most part, dude, yeah. Damn, nice. I paid for the whole GPU. I'm going to use the whole GPU. Mafia 1 and 3 will still be better. Yeah, sure. Hey, Mats, what's going on, dude? Anyway. Alright, guys. Let's get out in the shop. We got work to do. We got to drill that sill plate off the back. I will be right back. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected.
Okay, can you hear me all right? Do we have a sink? Nice exhaust. Oh, thanks, man. Exhaust was one of the only things that I did when I first got the car because there was no exhaust left. That should have been a sign, Mats, that this car might be a little rusty. 5x5, loud and clear, 5x5, we're in sync. Perfect. Okay, so we got some work to do today. What we're gonna do is we're gonna drill the fascia plate off the back. We gotta basically undo part of this from the assembly line if we wanna put the trunk pan in. So I got a new pan for it, and I did get in contact with the shipper. The stuff should be here sometime this week. SBL is a tad loud. Okay, let me shut it off. There we go. All right, we're good. Okay, so and sink in the sink. Yep. All right, so what we're gonna do is basically prep for all that new stuff coming in today, which means getting the back sill plate or the back fascia plate off this part of the car. We gotta basically undo what they did from the factory here. That's gonna be a lot of work. It's gonna be a lot of work, it's gonna be a lot of time, but I did give the shop a little bit of a cleaning today. To move anything that's flammable away from here, away from this area, specifically in the parts where we got to weld things. So yeah, like I cleaned up the floor because this is where they dropped the gas tank. I made sure there was no fumes or anything. Like I just once overed it, swept it up, made sure there was no gas left on the floor. So we should be good. The reason why is because we're going to do some welding today. I have to put some bracer bars in to get this thing right. No front sag. The front is sagging a little bit, but we'll get at that later. It's not getting any worse. Let me put it to you like that. All we got to do is basically jack the front of the car up. I can put it on jack stands right now if you want, but it's not sagging anymore. Remember, I told you, you could tell if this thing is sagging from the doors opening and closing when it's up like this. Look, see this door opens and closes just fine. Now watch this door. Listen to this, ready? Did you hear that? It's very subtle, but you can see it in the panel gap right here, and you can see it you can hear it when you open up the door. Hear that thump? That deep thump? That means the door isn't aligned anymore. It's not aligned with its striker, which means the front of the car, and when you open up the door, the whole door moves up just a little bit. See that? It moves up, which tells me that the front of the car is sagging, but it's not a lot. It's only a little bit, but it's enough to throw the door off, which isn't anything we didn't know. I know that the right front structure on this car is not great. That's why we have to redo it. And we will redo it, but the thing is that we got pretty good structure up front. I know the exact point where it's sagging. It's right here. I know because the part that's supposed to be there that's structural to the unibody is not. It's rusted away. It's rusted in a normal spot, right? It's in a normal spot. That's where they all rust because the front tire is kicking up crap underneath right here, so the underside right there rusts on these cars. It's just the way it is. When we go to redo it, I'm gonna pour 15 the heck out of under there so we don't have to worry about it ever. So won't it affect the rear? No, not so much. The rear door is a pretty good indicator if the back is sagging, and look, that thing closes just fine. It's fine. The back of the car is not sagging, which is unreal to me. I still can't believe that it's not, because there's a lot of rust. We pulled a lot of rust out of this thing. When did the tires come off? I don't know. Luca, are we cutting today with a €10 super chat? Yes, we are. We're gonna drill out the back fascia pan, get that off, and hopefully get the old trunk floor out. Maybe if we have time, we'll do the frame rails. I kind of budgeted doing the back of the car today. I would ideally love to get to the I would ideally love to get the trunk pan out too, so we can inspect the rest of the frame rails and make sure that everything is honky-dory under there. When did the tires come off? Last episode we got, well, actually I think it was part 8. We got I put the car up on jack stands. The stands are on the front of the rear frame rails and the rear of the front frame rails. So that's like the structure of the car. It's on the strongest pieces. And it's basically picking up on, the jack stands are picking up on where the car would have been going down the assembly line, the pinholes, because they have to lift it up somehow, right? But how can you lift it up if you haven't installed all the pieces on the car? If you tried to lift it up when there's no structure, similar to the problem that we're having now, but when it's going down the factory, it's not because of rust, it's because the car isn't built. Yeah, if you tried to pick it up without anything else, you're going to get sag. And this is sagging. Like I said, the front right is sagging just a little bit. All the other doors work just fine. That door is not working correctly. It's not lined up. You can see it in the panel gap right here. I don't know how well you guys can tell from the camera, but the door goes down and then it goes up. Sound is not syncing for me when I refresh. Okay? I'll be right back, 1 second. Test. Testing, testing, testing. Nice or not? There you go. Testing. Raiden, what's going on? We're good? We're good? We're good? Okay. So, yeah, I do eventually need to get the front of the car up. I'm not worried about it. We're not trying to fix anything structural up there right now. The plan that I've kind of come up with, and I think it's pretty damn good, is rebuild all the rear structure of the car as much as we can back here. So when we do get up to that point, we have a strong back of the car and a strong front of the car, and we can pick up on those points, right? And basically hold the whole thing together. So there is still some structure back here. I mean, I'm not 100% sure if it matters or not, guys, but like, I figured, rebuilding the back and making that strong because the front is already good. It's sagging, like I said, she's sagging right here. It's not sagging, like there's not much going on up front. The front is actually really nice on this car for some reason. I don't really understand that, considering the back of the car is completely gone, right? I don't really get that, but it's okay, whatever, we'll fix it. So once again, that's not really too important to me right now. I mean, I could jack it up, we could put it on stands, and we could remove the droop as best as we can, but yeah, we'll have to figure that, we'll have to take note of that later. Why does it cost so much to put air in a tire? It's because of inflation. What happened to my hair? Re-entry, it's gone. We went through re-entry heating. It's starting to get warm up here, Squall. It's been like 27, 28 C this entire week. Summertime's starting to come, so I just got rid of it. Say my name. You're Heisenberg. You gosh dang right. Could have been under a cover at some stage. Front end first, back end got the weather. Crow, that's my guess. My guess is like this was like partially covered, like under a car park or something. Maybe. Yeah, because, yeah, I'm waiting for a surprise up there. I don't think there is. At least the frame rails are good. I know the frame rails are fine up in the front of the car. It's back here where they're not fine. So I'm going to stop talking. We got to get to work. So here's what we're going to do. This whole fascia plate needs to come off. I need to get this out. The reason why I need to get this out is because, come here, the trunk pan. So the pan comes in 3 segments, okay? There's the pan center, and then there's the extensions on the side. That's how they decided to build this car. I'm sure there was a good reason for it. Do I know what it is off the top of my head? No, nope. Where's my tape measure? So, oh my goodness. I need a tape measure to get this done. I want to show you guys this stuff. And I had it in my hand right before I hit the live button. So, you know, it's gone. It's in the abyss. Oh, I put it in the drawer. I don't know why I would do that, but anyway. So, the trunk pan is 58 inches wide. That's, it's almost 5 feet, which is 150 centimeters. So it's about 1.5 meters wide. And the trunk, if we back it out, the trunk lid here is $46.5. We're not fitting a 58-inch pan in a 46-inch hole, okay? So you got to take the back off to get at that pan. Now that's a little bit involved, and we got to be careful, because I'm fairly confident that this back pan, the back fascia piece, this piece right here is the only thing that's holding the back of the car together. So what I did over the weekend is I got we have some, this is a half-inch tube stock. This is going to be used, I'm going to use it to brace this, all right? Because when I go to take this out, there's going to be nothing that's holding these quarter panels in place. The quarter panel will just flop around. We don't want that. So what we'll do is I will temporarily weld this piece into position, right? We'll take measurements, we'll weld it into position, and then we can start getting at the back of the plate. I did already do a little bit of a trial run here to see what the best way to get all the crap off of this was, so we could get at the spot welds. I do have a wire wheel on an angle grinder that we can use to clean off and find the spots. See these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then all the way down and around. These are, those are the factory points where they attach this. We really, really got to take measurements here, and we got to document this. I do need to finish cleaning it. I just gave it a quick once over. Yeah, this, and I did try drilling a couple of spot welds down here. Just to see what the best way to do it was. I did attempt to right there. I found a good way to do it. I have a spot weld cutter. I have tungsten carbide bits. I have, yeah, between those, we should be able to get this off. Some of these spot welds are a little bit close to the edge of this, but yeah, I got to do this on the other side. We got to weld the bars in. We got to take measurements, because some of this is still pretty dang straight. This is all junk down here. I got to figure out how it connects down there. And then what we got to do after that, is down here, the rear fascia plate picks up with these brackets on the front cross member, or the rear cross member. The rear cross member, there's nothing left of that. It's just a bunch of, it looks like the Titanic down here. Yeah, we got to get all of this off, so once again we can get that pan in here and the extensions and make sure they're in the right spots. That's a lot of work. There is some part of the rear fascia that we do need to patch as well, but we got the welder. We'll make patch panels for it and go. And then if we get that far to get this thing off, we'll start getting at the trunk pan. So I got a lot of work to do. I'm putting gloves on. We have to start cleaning this thing, and we have to inspect where all the spot welds are, and we got to take measurements, and then we got to weld the bracing in. Actually, there's no really specific order to that, but you know what? I got hearing protection, I got safety glasses, because if we're grinding this paint and this seam sealer and this stuff off, God knows what's in that. I don't want to find out by inhaling it. So yeah, I got a lot of PPE today. Dude, this is probably like lead lined for all we know. It's probably not, but I'm not taking the chance. Okay, so let's start taking some measurements and let's figure this out. There we go. Some driveway somewhere has a lot of iron oxide in it. Yeah, it's my driveway, dude. So, all right. Metal shards and soft tissue ain't cool. Yeah, Kyron. Yeah. All right, so I got a piece of paper here. I got some cardboard, and we'll draw out all the dimensions that we take here. We got to measure some things. What I really want to do is to make sure that everything is completely good here. I want to measure, end of the quarter to the end of the quarter here. We're going to take as much measurement as we possibly can here to make sure that all this stuff is still straight, or at least it is how it is when it came from the factory. I'm going to do that before we weld this brace in. Yeah. So let's take as much measurement as we possibly can and document it, because this is, it's really important that this goes back in the right spot when we get to that point. This has to get back into the right position. It's going to look weird if it's shifted to one side or shifted to the other. It's got to be dead center. So yeah, let's get to it. Let's get the tape measure out and start going. You like the Master Sergeant haircut? Thank you. All right, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to get the bracer bar out of here for just a second. We're going to take some measurements. We'll take measurements here, take measurements halfway up, take measurements at the top to make sure that we understand how square this thing actually is. Okay, this metal, believe it or not, is actually okay. There's a little bit of stuff that needs to be patched up there in the corners. That's normal. That's where these things rust. But for the most part, the back tray, partial shelf, everything seems good. The glass could do with being resealed. That's probably not great, but let's go. So there is a trunk drainage thing right here. See this? This little corner piece is, where the water, so the water doesn't go in the trunk. I mean, it's a Mopar, so it went in the trunk anyway. But their attempt at making drainage was having it go down here and then drip off the back of the car when it rains. There is this connector piece right here. This one is actually okay. The other one on the other side is shot. But because we got to replace the other one, what I'm going to do is my first measurement I'm going to take is basically right at the start of this, L-shaped piece. It's going to be super important that we actually get this piece when we go to patch it on the other side, getting this piece right, because they basically put this piece in, right? The factory put that piece in first, right? And then put the fascia plate on the back and then zapped it. They burned it in to this piece. So this picks up on this sill piece right here from the back of the car. See that? You got to be careful about that. So we got to be careful that that's right. So I'm going to take a measurement from right here and then we'll write it down. We're 46. Hold on. Come on, stay put. $46 and 5/8. That's the shape of the trunk right there. So width from here to here is 46 and 5/8 inch. That's the seam for the L's right there. That is going to be an important measurement to get right. 46 and 5/8. All right, now let's just go up the center and see if this thing is actually true. Yeah, it's not. It's not true at all. That's 46 and a half, halfway up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, the quarters from the factory go out a little bit, but that's okay. And now what I'll do is I'll measure it basically up at the front. But remember, the factory manual calls for quarter inch tolerance, so we're in spec. So over here is the trunk pan light button. So when this is closed, it keeps the circuit open. When it's open, it keeps the circuit closed, and it'll turn the trunk light on, which is over there. I'll measure basically at the front of this. It's 46 and a half again. Yep, back of the car is out. That's from the factory, dudes. Yeah, it's like that from the factory. Yeah, the back is out just a smidge. It's funny, this tail panel's on crooked from the factory. The tail panel is crooked from the factory. Can you believe that? It's actually, the whole car widens out just a quarter of an inch at the back, or well, an eighth of an inch, which once again, that's in spec. They did call for that. But yeah, the back of this car actually goes out. It bows out just a smidge right there and right there. That's fine. It's okay. We can fix it if you want. We can fix it. It's doable. Why don't you make notches on the car where you're measuring? We could. I'm picking up on points. I'm picking up on factory points, Luca. Everything is marked except for the halfway point. I can mark that, sure. I know where I put it because of the gunk that's still on the trunk bed. So I'll mark it right there and we'll call it a day. I know exactly where I measured it because there's caca on here. See that? I know I measured it directly in the center of the poo-poo that's still stuck there. That's what's left of the seal that's supposed to mate up against the deck lid. So it's not super precise, but it's good enough. Can you add fins? No, it's not a Cadillac. Can you add fins? Yeah, you want me to rice my 56-year-old car? No, I'm good, man. I'm good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure the back. Let me just draw, we'll sketch out a quick diagram here. So this is there's the back of the car. Like, this isn't a CAD model or anything, but that looks good, right? So what I want to do is measure from here to there, where the quarter panels are basically at their widest. I'm going to use this bolt hole. We're going to measure from that bolt hole. Actually, it's widest right there. So we'll measure from the widest point. Or, you know, I could just drop the tape measure. That works too. Yeah, I'll use the center bolt hole. That's fine. It's 71 3/16 on the dot, dudes. Click Baron's link. I'm a little busy right now, dudes. Oh, what is... Give me 1 second, guys. I can't, I'm not like readily at my computer. 71 3/16. Exactly. Okay, what did you want me to see? They've added South Pacific and Mid-Pacific landing sites. Some light reading, but a positive result. Final tiered environmental assessment for SpaceX Starship Super Heavy Vehicle. Increased cadence at Boca Chica in Cameron County. 25 launches per year from Starbase approved. Pad B regulatory signed off. Cool. Killer, man. Cool. That's awesome. Very neat. All right. I'll send it when it's space news time. Nice, nice. Cool, man. Thank you. Thank you, boys. All right. So the next thing I'm going to measure is the distance between the outside of the quarter panel and the plate. You see the plate right there? Well, what's left of it that this picks up on. See that? I'm gonna measure that right here, this little gap. Once again, this is gonna help us get this thing centered. I'm gonna bet that this is probably off a little bit. Half inch. It's 1/2 inch. I'm writing it down here. Rear fascia distance to outside right hand quarter, 1/2 inch. And then we'll do the same over here. I'm making diagrams so I can look at this later. Making a bunch of diagrams so I can look at it later and understand where the frick everything's supposed to go. It's a pet peeve of mine when I take notes on things, to write the notes out in a way that sounds like you're reading it for the first time. Now, who wants to bet that this is out? We know that the quarter panels aren't exactly right. We know they're not true. They're not true all the way to the back. Who wants to bet that this is not a 1/2 inch? I'll measure it in the same exact spot. Yep, it's not. Yeah, it's not. It's 5/8. The whole fascia panel is that way by 1/8 of an inch. Actually, it's closer to 9/16. Yeah, 9/16. Lovely. Nope, back it out. A 1/16 of an inch off is pretty friggin' good. Rear fascia distance to outside Lewis Hamilton quarter. Left hand. Nine sixteenths of an inch. Yeah. So it's interesting here, guys. Look. So we can actually kind of surmise what's going on here. We are out. So 1/2 to 5/8. We're out 1/8 of an inch on the quarters, and that transfers to a 1/16 here. See what I mean? The back of the car isn't true. It's not exact. But then again, we're not looking for perfect tolerance here. It's 1/4 inch tolerance from the factory on the whole rear of the car. Now, we'll dial it in. I'll get the damn thing centered. But a 16th of an inch, no one's going to notice. No one would know. How could they know? They'll never know. How could they know? They'll never know. How could they know? So the next thing I'm going to do is measure up here. At this top bolt hole, I will measure the distance to the top of the quarter. Right here, we'll measure that distance. I'll know. That's right. Now you can see I already kind of went at it with a flap disc just to see what the best way to clear that off is. The flap disc is not the best way because it's actually getting rid of the metal. I switched to a wire wheel and it did work. So let's measure right here. what is that? So 1/2 inch, 5/8. Yeah, it's 5/8, right? Double check me. Going right there. It's 5/8 on the dot. All right, now I'm gonna do the same on the other side. Now, to be honest, guys, I've never done this, but I don't see how having this information could hurt us. That's 5/8 as well. Tail panel straight. It's straight up and down. Pretty good, man. Cool. All right. That's really good, man. That's so the whole panel is actually straight up and down. It's not doing this or this. It's just a little bit off to the right. That's pretty good, man. Pretty good considering this was hand welded together. That's how they would have done this from the factory. There would have been a dude actually going with a spot welder. That's pretty good. It's pretty straight. We're straight up and down. And we're just, it's actually a little bit that way, just a smidge. A 1/16 of an inch, if anybody wants to like know, what would that be in metric? So a 1/2 inch is 12.7, 1/4 inch is 6.35, 1/8 of an inch would be 3.14. No, yeah, we're like 2 mil, maybe 2 millimeter to the right, like at best. It's not bad. That's actually pretty damn close. That's pretty damn straight. That's way better than factory tolerance. So that's good. We know that it's straight. The quarter panels do bow out a little bit, but that might be from the factory. That might be on purpose, dudes. Let me take a look here. No, I'd say that's okay. It's all right. I just want to make sure that my pickup points are good. Now, guys, we have points here, here. We have the deck lid points. I would take measurements from down here, but there's nothing to measure. There's nothing left. I'm not sure if it's worth our time to try and measure from this, considering it looks like the Titanic back here. There ain't much. I think those points right there are good enough to pick up on when we go to put this back in. I think we're okay. If anybody has any other ideas, like, cause pick up points there on the left and up top and the trunk rails, right? That's enough to get this thing centered up and down, left and right, and tilted. I don't think we need to pick up on much else. Because the other thing this picks up on is the trunk floor, and the trunk floor is gone. There's nothing here. There's nothing, look, there's nothing to measure off of. And even if we did want to take measurements off of this, I mean, we could for documentary purposes, but this is probably not true at all anymore because there's nothing here. It looks like the Titanic. EJ has a suggestion. You should put the stream date and time you started doing the diagram for the cardboard. So it's false, yep. You should be fine with the measurements that you took. Yeah, once again, 1/16 of an inch out. That's pretty good considering someone welded this by hand fast on the factory floor. That's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. It's interesting. Oh, look at this. Ah, I found where our tolerance is. Look. So fellas, look at this right there. Look at the hole versus the fascia plate. See that? There's your 1/16 of an inch right there. So we know that this quarter panel is this way. It's that way, just a little bit, about that much. See that? There you go. That's why our trunk reading was wrong. And don't worry, we can correct for this when we put the new one in. See that? There it is. Yeah, it's just a little bit out. Not a big deal. The hole still fits. But you can see it. You can see it over there too. See, it's not perfectly centered. So this quarter, the left quarter of this car, the whole left quarter of this car is this way. It's that way just a bit. None of these holes are exactly aligned. I didn't notice that before, but now we did. So you compare and contrast that one right there. See that? Compare and contrast that to this. Now keep in mind I haven't cleaned this up yet, but you can see that that one is pretty perfect. In fact, let me put on hearing protection and stuff, and we'll zip this away so we can actually see it nice and clean. I'm going to put my mask and glasses on, and then I'm going to put hearing protection on because the angle grinder is loud. I don't think it'll come through on the mic, but I'm going to go ahead and say not rip headphone users, just headphone users, be advised. This might get loud. Fogging up the stupid safety glasses. And by might, it's going to get loud. The angle grinder likes to make a lot of noise, dudes. So what I'm going to do, we're going to get at this with an angle grinder. This is an angle grinder, but I have the wire wheel on it. The wire wheel is designed for just removing rust and other kinds of crap. So let's get at it and see what we can see. All right, here we go. Once again, turn your volumes down. This could get loud. So what I'm trying to do here is expose the seam welds. The seam welds and the spot welds to figure out where we need to drill. Because we got to get this plate off. And Chrysler seam sealed this thing from the factory. Oh, there's some rust right there. I lost a little bit of the paper panel there, but that's all right. It looks like they didn't dress any of these welds. I mean, maybe they did a little bit. I don't know. It's hard to say. This doesn't look like it, especially right there, but yeah, there's a... So right here, guys, can you see that okay? Right here, let me zoom in, right there. That's a weld that wasn't dressed correctly. It wasn't sealed. So it rusted from the inside out. And you could see the panel plate started bending out because the iron oxide decided to weasel its way in there. That's what's going on right here. See, the edge of the panel is right there, right? And there's a bunch of rust in it. We have to get all that crap out. Yeah, we gotta get all that crap out. That's what happens if you don't prime your welds. Like, the other side was caked in seam sealer. So the other side came out okay. And we could see where all the dang spot welds are. Yeah, it looks like moisture was trapped. That's because it was. It got trapped in here up against that weld, and it didn't, yeah. It rusted from the inside out, which seems to be the MO for this car. Try to get as much of this crap out as I can. Once again, I'm trying to expose the spot welds. That rust is making some sparks, dudes. You gotta be careful though. You don't wanna, with this, you don't wanna stay in one spot for too long. If you do, you could warp the metal by introducing too much heat. Note that I'm moving this thing around. I'm not trying to keep it in one spot. Let's take a look. We can see some of the spot welds. Yeah, one there, one there. Where I went at this with the flap wheel kind of obfuscated some of this, but it looks like they tacked it right there too. I'm noticing, guys, that there's a tack weld right here. Do you see that? There's a tack there and there's a tack there. There is not, that is not on the other side, interestingly enough. The other side is spot welded completely, which is strange. Somebody definitely went at it with a welder. Guys, I don't know if that's factory or not. I'm going to say that it probably is, considering it looks like they did some QA here. Yeah, they definitely did some QA, for sure. Guy didn't, maybe that was to correct for the panel being misaligned. I don't know. Hard to say. I don't know why you'd tack that right there. Next shift, yeah, maybe. Maybe the guy said, screw it. This is the next guy's problem on the line. It's possible. All right, let's get at down here, uncover this mess. You know what? I'm gonna get on the other side of this so this thing isn't spraying into my face. I'm really gonna try to get in there. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. Hold on, Chetri. I believe in you. Bondo, see the smoke? Yeah, there's Bondo in there. Yeah, that shot that right at the camera lens. Yeah, that's why you wear safety glasses, right? Right, oh, hello. You okay? You good? You're good, you're fine. All right, let's see. Yeah, there's a couple of spot welds in there. Let me get the light on it so you guys can see. Look. See, there's one right there. And then they seam sealed this. And then it's spot welded 3 times to the quarter panel right here. And then spot welded right there up against the quarter. And then it bends into the rear cross member right here, or what's left of it. Oh man, that's gonna be tough to get at. But we can do it. I ain't worried. Yeah, there's a spot there, a spot there. Yeah, somebody went at this with a welder. At some point, somebody went at this. I'm not sure why. I can only assume that that's the factory. In full Shatner voice, Bondo! Forgot your safety glasses? Oh, well, that's how unfortunate, Mats. Yeah, okay. I should be able to get at that. There's the pinch weld. Hold on. Set it for you guys. I should be able to get at this. That's the pinch right there. And then looks like we're into the trunk extension right here. That's what that is. And then it picks up on the rear cross members, or well, it was supposed to pick up on the rear. Well, no. No. Doesn't look like it does. This is the pinch weld to the trunk pan down here. Okay. 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 Man, this thing is rusty, but we'll fix it. I'm not worried. I was worried when we initially did it, but upon figuring out that they actually make everything that you see factory reproduction, I wasn't too worried. It's just a lot of work. But we got time. I'm gonna clean off the back of the sill here. Let's see, or not the sill, the rear fascia. Let's see what we got working back here. Okay. The mask is coming off, chat. I should have probably washed this thing before I brought it in here, but you know, whatever. Let's take a look. Okay, not too bad. Yep. I'm trying to see if there's any rust here that's underneath the mound of dirt that's caked on this thing. Nope. No, not really. Down here is really where we gotta check the most. Oh man, there's a lot of dirt. Yeah, it looks like somebody QA'd this thing. Quality assurance or QC'd it going down the line and added some extra tax because they didn't like, my guess is that because they figured out some dude, a quality assurance guy, basically figured out that the tail panel wasn't right, so he tried to zap it real quick, or that the spot weld wasn't good enough up there. It could have been the spots. That, believe it or not, dudes, that's the reason why little mini welders exist. Like, you can go to a store and you can get a small welder, you know, one that's like the size of a mailbox. You can get them dirt cheap. They made those for doing QA on the assembly line, believe it or not, so they could quickly tack stuff if they needed to. Like, oh man, that spot weld wasn't good enough. Let me zap that real quick. Just tack it to make sure that this seam is good. But unfortunately, tacking the stupid thing, and you know, some guy just probably zapped this, going down the line, and they didn't dress it. So it rusted. You can see where every one of these tacks are, the panel is gone. See? Every point where there's a weld, where that dude decided to tack this thing 56 years ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, gone. Panel's gone. I mean, it lasted, it worked, Pretty sure that's more than what the dude that put this together ever expected. But yeah. Yeah, see, he went at it with the tack welder. I'm not sure why. My guess is that the spot welds weren't good enough. You could see the spot welds right there. What year model is this car, Jimmy? It's a 1969 Dodge Coronet 500. It's a sedan. It's got 4 doors. It's a crew cab model. See, there's the spots. You guys can see them if I shine the light in a certain way. See them all down there? We got to drill all this stuff out, and then looks like he tacked right here as well. Looks like he got tacked up in here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And they tried to seam seal up against this. And then we got a couple of tack welds there. There's some Bondo left over from the modifications that were made to this car. And then it's on the pinch weld of the trunk pan. Right there. All right. What we should do, I'm trying to make sure that we can find all the spot welds that hold this thing in position. I think I got most of them. Yep. We got them around the edge. Now I'm kind of wondering where they are up here. So we're going to have to get at this at the top here. Because it looks like they spotted it to the sill right there. We got to grind the paint off, and we got to figure out where it is. I think there's a spot weld right there. I think there's one right there. Maybe 2 more right there, and maybe one behind that factory marking. I don't know what that marking is. Probably a QC stamp if I had to guess. Anybody know what that is? I'll zoom in on it so you guys can see it. Hey, Bree.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. We were just coming to say hi.
Hi, Totten.
Totten. We were out, so we thought we'd come say hi. Unless you want to hang out.
I'm grinding metal and stuff in here.
No,
Bad idea.
Not good. What are you doing, Taito?
Put the boogies. Put the boogies. Hi. Hello. Mwah. With the kisses. That's a good boy. My hands are dirty. I don't want to touch them. Chad says hi.
Hi. All right, we're going back to work then.
Okay.
Do you not know how the garage door works?
Okay, back to work. So, yeah, anybody can figure out what that is. I'm going to assume that that's a quality assurance mark. But yeah, we're gonna have to grind it off. We're gonna have to grind all that. We got to figure out where our spots are. There should only be spot welds. Here, let me get you guys a little bit up in the air so you can see it. There should only be spot welds here and here because this plate that they picked up on goes around, and I can feel that it goes to about here. So yeah, there also might be some behind this. Okay, we're gonna have to get all up in here, grind all this out. So let me get my safety equipment back on. Is the grinder loud, dudes, or is it not too bad? It's not too bad, Yard? Cool. Thanks, man. It's fine? All right, sweet. So we probably gonna zap from about here to here. Once again, I think that's a QC mark. I think. I don't know for sure. Quality assurance. You know, kind of signifying that this panel is straight enough, you know? All right. Yeah, once again, who knows what this paint is, so I'm putting the mask back on. And also, there's all kinds of rust and everything anywhere, so, you know. I don't want to hit this. All right, here we go. Ready? Yep, there's one. Oh, there's three. Found three right there. You have to kind of go slow, go back and forth, take your time. Again, you don't want to hold this thing in one spot. Man, I'm gonna have to start putting like camera protection behind this. Who knows what the heck got on that lens. All right, so we have 1, 2, here, I'll show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And the end of this drip rail pin is right here. It's right there. So you can see that this is, it's all handmade, dudes. There's no precision to any of these marks. See what I mean? They're just build it quick, make it fast. Okay, there it is. We got the marks all, I think we got all the marks, all the spots on this side of the car, at least for this area here. I got all the way down to there, and then we know there's the underside. So what we got to do is go over here and do the same thing. I got most of them, but we, once again, got to still get at this side here. That's the other reason we got to pull this out, because this isn't draining right, guys. And it's this right here is probably the reason why that happened. Water leaked down in there and it pooled in the corner. So let's get at it. Ready? See if we can find the 4 spot welds. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a better angle here. What the heck is this? What is that? What? Huh. Why is the metal so scaly right here? Seriously though, what the hell is that? Why is it so wavy? What is the plan? I'm gonna repair the back panel, dude. It's pretty good. It's got one bad spot of rust. Why is that? I don't know what that is. I don't know why this metal is all wavy like that. You guys seeing that? What the hell is that about? I can't even see the spot welds. Where's the end of this thing? Right here. One. Well, there's what's left of another one. I can see one spot weld there, and then there's another one right there.
So, Windows decided to restart my computer. Thanks for that. Give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Am I back? Am I back? I know it's delayed. I got to restart it. Light delay. I'll just restart OBS real quick, dude. Still bad. It's still desynced, guys, I can tell. Sound is off. Mats, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, Tessa, it looks like somebody soldered some lead on there. I don't know why you'd do that either, but hey, whatever. Yeah, that is the reason why I have a mask on. I'm usually kind of like, you know, it's fine. You're in a well-ventilated area. I mean, honestly, you should probably have a respirator, but the N95 will do just fine. All right, let me restart OBS out here one more time and then we'll go. There we go. Much better. Much better.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat throttle ups. All right. Okay. Let's keep going. I'll switch us back over to the other camera. Yeah, I know that leading is something that they did. The quarter panel seam here is leaded, no doubt. I just don't really understand what you're leading here. What are you leading there? It's definitely lead. I just don't understand what you're leading. There's no seam here. The seam is right there. And maybe they just leaded the entire seam and called it a day. That's what they used for seam sealer from the factory back in the day. They used frickin' lead. Hang on, just making sure we're all clean here. I don't know why, but they did. Well, I do know why. It's because they didn't have Bondo. Damage? Yeah, maybe. It's hard to say, dudes. Like, it's an awful weird spot for leading. Like, I know that there's leading in the quarter panels, and we're not getting near it at all. Like, there's leading up there. So you can't see it, but there's a seam right there. And lead fills this seam right here. And it's all smoothed over, so you can't tell, but there's definitely a lead seam there. I just don't know why you'd do it here. Somebody, and once again, that was under the paint, so it's from the factory, because I don't see any signs of I was gonna say I don't see any signs of respray, but the old trunk seam has overspray on it. Camera loss of signal. Really? Okay. It never ends, mate. Should be back now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, we lost signal on the front camera. A wire came unplugged, dudes. I gotta gaff tape it. It came unplugged because it's stuck on the angle grinder. All right, we're good. Once again, I know there's leading up at the quarter. I was gonna say there's definitely overspray on the gasket. I don't think they would have sprayed the car with the gasket in there, so who knows? Maybe it was trying to seal this up. But once again, I don't really have good eyes on spot welds here. There's two. I can see one right there and one right there. And this piece ends right here. So it looks like there's two here and there's four on the other side, which is strange, dude. Once again, it's imprecise because it's just a dude stamping it from the factory, guys. Like this was not done by a machine at the time. It is nowadays, not back then. Let's finish getting over here. Hey, Flykin, let's finish getting over here, see what we can see. There should be 4 spot welds here, just like the other side. I see 2. I see one there and one there. What the hell? Maybe one over there. It's hard to see because of the rust. Let me get at this again. No, just two. One there and one there. There's just a bunch of pitting, and it looks like somebody tacked it again. Somebody went at this thing with a tack welder and lead. I don't get that. I don't understand. I don't understand what you're trying to do here. This is beyond my knowledge. Yeah, it's definitely lead. This is gonna suck taking off. There's a bunch of rust underneath there. Yeah, there's 4 spot welds total on this side, and there's 8 spot welds total on the other side. What the hell's going on here, man? All right, well, we got that figured out. Let's get at the rest of this. I'll give this a once over. Now, see, another thing is that this side I noticed is fine. If you look at this side, the rim of the panel is okay, because I found a ton of seam sealer on this side, and I did not find any tack welds over here, maybe except like a little bit down there. All right, let's once over this again. Just trying to give us the best chance that we could possibly get here with this by getting all the crap out of it. Let me lower you guys down. You guys got a good view? Hang on, I'm just trying to get you guys a light. Need a light. There. All right, let's, so I got a spot there. Got a couple spots there. We just got to see how many are down here. There's a mountain of Bondo right here, but that isn't anything we didn't know. Stop it! Stop doing that. Lead fill is common. There's nothing. It's not filling anything. God, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's just on flat space. Gotta get over there. What's left of the tack over here. taxi spot, or not the taxi spot welds. There's a couple of them there. That's going to be hard to repair that on the quarter. We're probably going to need a replacement. It's all right. We can do it. All right. Well, I think we got all of them. We got all of them around the top, dudes. Oh, I'm going to put down a grinder for a second. I'll see what you guys are up to. Yeah, that's, yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing, belt fed, yeah. Just gonna get at this with the vacuum real quick, guys. As much as I like inhaling lead. And don't worry, I got the garage door open with a fan that's pulling fumes out of here. Because yeah, I don't screw around with lead. Unless it's coming out of a gun. In which case, the lead's going away from me. Good enough. All right. So yeah, we're trying to take that whole rear fascia plate off. Not trying, we're going to. And doing that is, to do that, you gotta expose all the spot welds. Here, I'm just moving the cables around, dudes. And I think we got all of them around the top on either side. The deck lid's flapping around, yeah. Can a frame be repaired? I always thought if the frame was compromised, the car was finished. The frame rails can be repaired, yeah, of course. As long as you build enough structure back into them, anything can be repaired on these cars, dude. The reason why people don't bother with frame rails is that there's a possibility that the car wouldn't be true anymore. Like, if the frame rail's rusty, they could sag. This doesn't have sagging frame rails. Believe it or not, despite all the rust that's on this thing, the frame is still straight. I have no idea how that's going on. I really don't know. My only guess is that it's because the rear pan and the footwells did not rust for whatever reason, because I think somebody undercoated them. I mean, the whole car is caked in undercoating. This thing rusted from the inside out, believe it or not. Yeah, interestingly enough. All right, well, we got to start drilling spot welds, and I have just the tool to do that. We have spot weld bit. So what this thing does is you pick up on this, and that little needle can actually move, and it only pushes down so far, so you only grind this, you get the spot weld out. Like, this thing actually moves if you press it up against something. It can move in and out, and it makes it so the bit won't drill all the way through. It'll only bottom out. So what we have to start doing is drilling out all these spot welds. So I think we'll start on this side. We have all of our measurements, and yeah, let's start trying to get this back fascia off. See what happens. There's really no good spot to put this. Now, actually, before we do this, we should weld in a bracer plate before we go any further. That's what I should do. We want to make sure that we don't lose the quote-unquote straightness of the back of the car. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna weld in a bar that goes from here to here. I'm gonna weld it in there, I'm gonna weld it in there. We'll tack it into place. So when we pull the rear fascia off, we're getting rid of all the structure back there. This thing is the only thing holding the back of the car together at this point. If the car was fully there, right, we wouldn't have to worry about it probably as much, but it's not. Yeah, we're still straight. Like, this doesn't flop around at all. It's still, like I said, believe it or not, this thing still is structurally sound, and I have no idea why. Well, not why. It's more I can't believe it than anything. So yeah, we're gonna make sure that this is all true. I'm gonna zap in a crossbar right here to make sure that that stays straight. Now, the only thing I'm kind of thinking about, guys, is yeah, maybe we shouldn't. I have the measurements for tacking this up. What might be a good idea, because with the bar there, it's going to be hard to get the trunk pin. Ow. What the hell? Oh, had a piece of cheek poker in my pants. What might be a good idea? I'm thinking. How would we brace this? Because we're going to cut the trunk floor out, dudes. With the rear fascia out and the trunk floor out, I mean, the trunk isn't connected to the quarters anyway. The rear wheelhouses might be enough, because my trunk, windows noises, my trunk, the deck lid mounts are still intact and they're still good, and the C-pillar is still good. And then the rear seat back triangulation is still good. That might be enough. In fact, I think it actually is. And what's left of the wheelhouses are still relatively intact. We're going to have to replace those at some point, or at least patch them up. There's an order of operations issue. The rear valance will be the first replacement. The other option is stands reinforcement, like what Hot Rod did. How are we going to reinforce the quarters, Hellfish? It is poking a cheek. That's right. That's correct. How are we going to reinforce those quarters, dude? There's no way to do that with the rear fascia out. There's no way to reinforce it, especially if the trunk pan's gone. If we were just going to if the trunk pan was fine and we were just pulling the rear fascia off to fix it, I'd brace it to the pan. But we're not. We got to cut that out, which gives me a chicken and egg scenario here. Like, once again, my original idea was to go left to right here, and that gets us good left to right, right? But that doesn't get us good up and down. When we take this off, the whole back of the car is probably going to sag a little bit. We should probably brace the frame rails too, or what's left of them, with some bar stock or something. And yeah, that's what we should do. No matter. I came prepared. It's just going to be hard to kind of get in here with a bar going across it. Let's take a look. I'm just peeking around here. Give me one sec. We're gonna need to brace this. Well, like I said, she's still it's pretty damn structural. It's pretty straight, except for that one hole in the left frame rail, but I can patch that up. The frame rails aren't structurally compromised except at the back here where they mount up to the rear cross member, but that's just a flange. That's easily fixable. Actually, the parts of the frame rails are actually pretty good where they bolt to the cross member. I'm thinking, dudes, I'm thinking. All right. We've hit the thinking phase. We've hit it pretty early. That's not great. Not great, but it's okay. We'll get there. Balls. Remove the rear cross member and reinforce there until the replacement comes in. Without hair, the thinking cap has better reception. Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. We can communicate unfettered. It's great. Unfettered. Yeah, bracing it left to right is probably the right idea. But that, once again, that doesn't get us up and down bracing, which I'm still like, woof. And yeah, that's what I got these bars for here too, on a side note. These bars are here, this strong, actually I originally bought these to fix the racing rig, but this is really thick structural stuff with holes in it. So the holes in it make it easier to plug weld to something. I really would like to try to do this without dropping the suspension, but we might have to. First thing I can do is probably cut these bars to the right spec. Actually, we could pick up on the rear leaf spring mount. Nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, pick up on the rear leaf spring mount. Or at least put it right underneath the frame rail, or right underneath the rear leaf spring rail, because the exhaust is underneath the frame rails. The leaf spring rail is structural. It holds the car up, at least out back. Trying to see if there's another spot where we could get at this thing. I would ideally like to do this with the leaf spring out, or without taking the leaf spring out. Yeah, just brace it up against the floor. Then I won't have to worry about the frame rails sagging at all. Not that I think they would, but this makes us pretty absolutely sure. So let's take some measurements. Let's get the angle grinder. Let's get the cutting wheel out. You need a ventilated welding helmet to weld galvanized. That could kill you. Oh, boy, more safety, please. Lovely. All right, fine. We won't use those. I have other metal. I don't think this is galvanized, but whatever. Are these galvanized? You do want it, any zinc coating is bad. Okay, cool. Glad to know that I'm just talking to myself and you guys are talking about safety. I appreciate it. Yes, let's make sure we're adding 3 safeties per safety. Okay, cool. I'll just keep talking to myself over here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, cool. Nobody has anything to add on the structural front. Lovely. All right. Sweet. Cool. I'm just going to keep doing my thing then. I have more bracing. We can use the straight steel if you want. This should be strong enough. I'm just worried about it kind of moving one way or the other. I need to see something real quick. I need to check something. Give me one moment. That camera deciding to work today or no? No? Yeah, of course not. Let's see. This is Junker Up. This is the Junker Up YouTube channel. This is Chris Birdsong. He's pretty much, in the General Mayhem vids, he's pretty much doing exactly what we got to do. I'm just trying to see where he braced it, if at all. Let me back it up. This is a 68 Charger, but it's the same. It's the same as ours. Just want to see. Oh man, there's so much structure removed from that damn thing. Come on, Chris, give me a shot of the back. Yeah, see? He's not braced on anything. Interesting. And he has the fascia cut out. What the heck? Wait a minute. There's a seam right there. Oh. Huh. Now I'm wondering if there's a seam on ours. Hold on one second. No. Ours is one piece. It seems like on the Charger this is it's a two-piece thing. Ours goes all the way down. I don't see any seams here. It doesn't look like it's spotted to anything. How's the rear cross member in his video? Hold on. Yeah, see, his rear cross member is still there. Yeah, see, we don't have this piece. See that piece? That piece is gone. Yep. We need to brace left, right. Left, right on the quarters as best as we can. But he did it, see, he did it with no bracing. Interesting. We need something to structurally replace the rear cross member before we put the rear cross member back in. Man, that thing's out with no wheelhouses and the quarters on. Now, let me look at the quarters themselves. See, because look, the Charger's using it has a two-piece rear fascia. See, there's spot welds right there. See the holes? Could you tax and bar to make a temporary cross member? Of course I can. He's using jack stands in basically the same spots. Yep. Yeah, his stands are in the same spots. That's where I got my idea to put them. To put them there. Okay. Okay. We got to brace downwards to the floor, and we got to brace left-right. The problem is bracing left-right is going to suck. How straight the car end up? His car? Better than factory. Birdsong's amazing, dude. Cut out the trunk pan, then reinforce, then remove, then replace valance and rear cross member. Well, Hellfish, where I'm at, dude, is here's what I'm thinking. All right, you guys tell me. Well, I mean, yeah, we could go for the trunk now if you really wanted to. What we could do is, I mean, you're right. We could go at the trunk, cut the trunk out, right? Get those frame rails aligned, get them braced, then remove the rear fascia. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, that's probably what we should do. Yeah, we should, we got all the spots ready to go to pull this thing, but we shouldn't pull it. We'll get the trunk out, reinforce the frame rails. I mean, I'll cut it out in segments. It's not a big deal. At least I'll cut out a hole enough to get me in there. And what we can do is there's still some of the trunk that's there. I'll leave some spots so we still get some triangulation there. And then we'll figure out where to reinforce everything, dude. I think that's the right idea. You'll also get a really good look at that rear frame rail. Do you have a plasma cutter? We're going to have to do it with a cutting wheel, dude. Do you have a ventilator out? Is it hot in here? I have the fan going. I'm ventilated this whole time, dudes. My brother in Christ just tried doing it. Nothing can go catastrophically wrong. It's good to have a plan of attack, dude. Yeah. I mean, look, it's really just about making less work for me later. Because if we have this dimension stored in memory, so to speak, with a bar, right, it'll be easier to put this all back together. Like, it'll be way easier to put it all back together. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to do what I wanted to do for now. Here, let me move the camera into position. And let's get to welding. I got to actually get the welder out. Haven't had it out in a little while since we did the exhaust streams. Let me get my mask back on. Some safety glasses. Okay, I gotta clean off the trunk edge rails here. Gotta get to some bare metal. There's a spot weld there. Oh, there's a spot weld from the drip rail. Okay, that's good to know. There's actually, hold on. Is there another one? There's two of them? Yep, there's two small ones right there, no problem. Okay, we got the bare metal over there. Let's get the bare metal right here. Don't worry, it's just getting the rubber out. right, that should give me good enough metal. I have a MIG welder, dudes, a Lincoln 180i with gas. So, yeah, we're gonna gas shield this. Man, I just got a lot of metal into my belly. All right, cool. Let's weld our first piece of bracing in. I actually haven't hooked up the gas yet on the welder, so that's what we're gonna do now. I'm using 85-25 if anybody cares. That's brake fluid. I have a little baby bottle, but it's my baby bottle, so it's fine. This is the cover to make sure that that thing doesn't get broken, the valve. This is the regulator. Actually, I mean, it's not really a regulator, it's just a valve again. So we take this sucker. I don't know why I still have my mask on, but it's all right. Got to get the welding. I have to get the welding mask out here in a second. Huh. 1 inch isn't big enough, huh? It's 1 1/8 inches. Give me 1 sec. Did you pull out the engine? No. Why would I pull the engine out? This is not the right way to do this, but it'll work. There we go. Okay. Just channel lock that thing into position. Is that a mouse trap? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. If you had flex core, you could weld the galvanized just fine with a fan blowing on you. I have a flex core welder too. I have one, it's somewhere. I don't feel like getting it out. We're good though, Dean. Calm your butt cheeks. Let's open. Okay, we got gas. Just make sure this all still works, right? There's a leak somewhere. I can hear it. Maybe Teflon tape this thing. I have PTFE. Yeah, let's get some thread locker on there. Yeah, it's a little babby tank, dude. JB Weld sounds like a great product. Yeah, just drop it. It's fine. You're wondering what parts were starting to degrade on Starliner's thrusters, the PTFE seals. Same stuff, believe it or not. The Teflon seal, it's the same thing. That's PTFE. That's where Starliner's thrusters did an oopsie doopsie. They started melting the PTFE seal. For anybody that cares. Yeah, just strip it. It's fine. Nothing bad will happen. Okay, cool. We're gonna leak this time. Sorry, needed to figure out which direction to turn it. There we go. Tighten that up. No leaky. Excellent. Okay, we're in business. Got to plug it in. That would probably be useful. Yeah, plugging it in would probably help us. Trying to find an extension cord. Is this your vehicle? This is mine, Mason. Yep, this is my 69 Coronet 500 Sedan. It's a crew cab. Got 4 doors. It's a crew cab, not a coupe. It's a crew cab. Okay. Hey, Ultra, you doing some car restoration? Yep. It's a beautiful color. There's not much color left, but yeah, it's B3 blue from the factory. What I'm doing now is I got to brace up the back of this thing, Ultra, because it looks like the Titanic in there. We got to fix that. What I'm trying to do is get the back of the car off. I'm going to pretty much cut the back of this car completely out. The rear panel, we got to pull it. I got to pull it so I can get a trunk pan in there because, yeah, it's got a, you guys can't see it, but here, listen to this. Hear that? That's not the sound the car should be making. If the car is making this noise, that crunchy noise, yeah, something's wrong. So I've figured out where all the spot welds are, and we're really ready to pull this. So what I got to do is I got to brace this. I got to start bracing the frame. We took a bunch of measurements all around here, distances on the, like, width of the trunk, distances the panel to the quarter. Like, see how there's a little lip right there? We took all those measurements, right? It wasn't much. It was just enough to locate this. And we actually figured out that from the factory, this quarter panel is actually that way a little bit by about a 1/16 of an inch. 1.6 mil out on the left side, which is fine. It's fine. It's okay. Yeah, that's really not a big deal at all. So what I got to do is I got to pull this so I can replace the trunk pan. The width here is only 46 inches. The trunk pan is 58 inches wide at its widest. So we're not getting it in that way. And I don't want to try to like wedge it in sideways because you bend it and then it's useless. Well, not useless, but yeah, it's not very cash money. So we got to pull this out, but I got to put some bracing in here to make sure that my quarter panel stay within 1.5 mil tolerance of each other. So I got my welder out. We're going to zap a bracer bar right here and right here. I'm just going to tack it. I'm just going to tack it in. We're not going to weld it too hard, right? And yeah, we need to basically start reinforcing the back of this because whatever structure is left in this thing, we're cutting out. Hang on one second, guys. I got a phone call. I think my niece is calling me. You're on stream. What's up?
What did you do to your head?
What did I do to my head? It's gone. My hair ablated off. It was re-entry.
Fantastic. I just wanted to tell you. That
You're on stream, remember.
Can I say nephew?
Yeah.
Your nephew has your hairline.
My nephew has my hairline. There ain't much hairline left up there.
I know he lost it all.
Oh.
Also, almost 11 pounds.
The chunker. The chunker.
That's unheard of. That's like 90th percentile.
Yeah. He's 11 pounds. He's a new. My sister just had a kid, guys. I told you guys about this. Kid's 11 pounds. It's gonna be 2 meters tall. 6'4", 6'5". Kid's gonna be a beast.
Yeah. Oh, well, sorry. Yeah, I wanted to let you know he's taking after you.
That's what I like to hear. And bald.
And bald.
Yeah, it's great. That's great. Lovely. Yeah, he does. His hair fell out. That's very strange. I gave myself this haircut because of solidarity
For who?
with my nephew. Solidarity. So his hair fell out, so I had to, I had to match.
Well, solidarity, you would just have to shave the top. Leave the sides.
I'm not doing that.
You can look like a monk.
I already do.
There you go. Anyways.
All right. I got to get back to work. I'm rebuilding the Titanic over here.
Oh, I hope it doesn't sink.
It is a boat, though.
Just don't go out on April 10th. That's when the Titanic sets sail.
Yeah, I won't. You could say that that's a day of chaos.
It for sure is.
That's her birthday. It's my sister's birthday. It's a day of chaos. Yeah, the Titanic sank. Yeah, it's a sign.
Yeah? Greatness.
Or not.
Yeah. Anyways.
All right.
Hey, love you, baby brother.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, bye.
Okay. I'm gonna love you too. So that was my sister, and my niece and nephew like to talk to me sometimes. So, it runs in the family. Okay. All right, let's get back to doing this, shall we? All right, I got to plug the welder in. Okay, welder's in. All right, let's see if your boy remembers how to do this. Are you the cool uncle? Yeah, of course I am. Once you replace the trunk pan, will its replacement have an anti-rust coating? So, yeah, the panels come with an EDF coating on them, Mason. So, yeah, it'll be protected, except for the parts that I have to weld. You got to grind the EDF off. It's called an EDF coating. Electronic doofus filament coating. How's the rust on the undercarriage? Yeah. It's there. It has that. Alter, a good amount of this car needs to be rebuilt. I'm doing this, one, because it's cool to show on stream. Two, because I've never done it. I want to do it. I thought it would be cool streaming content. That's something different. This is like playing a building video game on the ultimate difficulty, dude. Audrey, ever seen the Flintstones? You know, where their feet are going through the floor of the car? Kind of like that. Kind of like that. Just, yeah. You like this type of content? Right on, man. That's cool. Let's freaking tell your friends, dude. I want to do this. Let's do this. Let's do it right. I want to get the word out. This is cool stuff. It's fun. It's like playing a good puzzle game, to be honest with you. It's a good puzzle game. This is like you need some pretty unique solutions to undo the assembly line work from a car, which is cool. I think that's fun. So yeah, tell people about it. It's cool. This is a good time. I really enjoy doing this stuff. It's what we did in Kerbal, but in real life. I'm a Kerbal player. That's how I got big doing this, dude, doing KSP. All right, so there we go. Let's put that there, switch back to this camera right here. And let's put our bracer bar in. See, I don't want this moving if we get rid of this, so this is going to temporarily replace that. Let me get my grounding strap out here. Just remember how to freaking do this. I haven't done this in forever. There we go. That's fine. Just as long as it's touching bare metal, the electrons will run through there. All right, so I do not want, that's not thick. This is not thick steel right here. The tack that I put in there for this bracing, I do not want that to move a lot. I don't want to hit this with a lot of voltage. It'll blow right through it. We also got to be careful because there's the spot welds right there, so we got to move it up there. Actually, we're not drilling the spot welds on that side. We're only going to drill them out on the other side. I probably need a little bit more ground off there. So let me get the grinding wheel. I'm going to grind with the welding mask on here. I just got to get at a little more of this. Good enough. Yeah, there's still a little bit of paint there. Hold on. Let me just make sure we got up on the other side. I'm doing the same thing to the other side, dudes. Cool. Holding my breath. All right, cool. Now we got plenty of space. And this bar just happens to be the exact right length. What I'm going to do is I'm going to measure the distance between the seam and the bar. Let's put it 4 inches north. About 100 millimeter north of that, and we'll zap it in over there. Let me just make sure it's good on the other side. Now that I adjusted that, make sure we're good over here. All right. So we don't want a lot of power going through this. I'm going to set this thing to really low voltage and not high wire speed. So set wire speed 4, set voltage to option B. Let's flip this bad boy on. There we go. She hasn't been fired up in a little bit. Okay, we have it set to wire. Let me make sure my gas is on. Gas is on. Now, on the edge here, let's just listen. Yep, I was just gonna say, hit this a little bit, make sure gas is coming out, and it absolutely is. I heard the noise, I don't know if you guys did, but all right, cool. EDP is what it's called, thank you. Yeah, I totally forgot the name. Electronically deposited primer, that's what it is, thank you. Yeah, Mason, it's all rust prevented. Ow, that was in my finger. You know, that's good. Okay, so we're just gonna zap a tack in here real quick. I should put gloves on. We don't want to get a welder's tan here. Let me get my welding gloves out. I gotta remember all the stuff that you have to do this right. I mean, we're not gonna go crazy with the welder here. It's just a couple of tack welds, but if you know, there's any sparks, those hit your arm, you're gonna know. It doesn't hurt, but you're gonna know. All right, so got my gloves on, got my jacket on, welding mask down. Ready? Just a little tack. Good, that's it. That's all, done. Let's go over here, do the same thing over there. The other thing that I'm gonna do real quick is just take some measurements again. Make sure that thing's zapped in at 4 inches. Yep. And now make sure that this one is still 4 inches. Sometimes stuff moves. Yeah, it moved a little bit, but we're good. Okay. Now, again, safety squints, chat. There you go. She's burned in. That's not going anywhere. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna measure one more time, just make sure that we're right. And you know, when we're done, when I remove this, ultimately, we can just hammer this off and then sand it down. Yep, that's 4 inches. So that's part of the car. Now, I'm gonna get at it on the back side. I'm gonna tack it on both sides just in case the chassis does flex. I want it on both sides, so. Cool. I'm gonna lower my wire speed just a smidge. Remember, cross bracing is for winners. It's not going nowhere. All right, excellent. Okay, shut the welder off for a second. Take the grounding strap off. And just because I'm paranoid, close up the gas. Last time I forgot to close this and I left it open all night and then I lost an entire tank of gas. All right, cool. So now that's welded in. That's not going anywhere. And because I was using low voltage and a low feed, we didn't burn through, which is good. If you want to see my crappy tacks, there you go. It's not a lot, it's just enough to zap it in there. And that's what it basically looks like on the other side. Why is this welded here? Because when we get this rear plate off, dude, there's going to be nothing that's holding the quarter panels true to each other. We got to hold them true. I can't brace it to the trunk pan because the whole reason we're pulling this out, chicken, is because we're going to get the trunk pan in. Okay, cool. That's zapped in. She's good to go. Where else should we brace? Now you look like you're cooking. Nice. Need some cross braces, you think? We could. I was really just worried about this thing going left to right, but we could triangulate it to an extent if you want. I could put a bar here and then another one over there. You guys want to diagonalize this thing? We can do that. I'm going to have to cut some of the bracing. We could go, I think this is a 4-foot tube. Yeah, so we could go 24, cut this thing in half, zap 24 to there, and then zap 24 over there. I'm not sure. Yeah, need to add across to keep the angle of the dangle. Actually, what we could do, we could go Louis Panhard style and just zap that like that. That'll keep it. That'll keep it in place. I like the idea of cutting this. I'm going to cut it at 24, and then we could do that. See that right there? We could go from here to basically where the structure is up there, by where the deck lid mount is. So we'll measure in a certain distance here, right? Let's measure, well, we'll measure 24 on this. Hold on. I don't like the angle of that dangle. No, it's not good. Ideally it would have been good to cross it like that, but yeah, I'll go from here. That's good. That's fine. We'll do one there. We'll do one there. Yeah, this won't move. All right, cool. I got to slice this. Let me go put it in the vise. I'm just going to cut this. I'm going to cut this directly in half. Now, the real question is, dudes, what would be quicker in cutting this? My grinding wheel, I only have one. I should have more. You should have 2 or 3 if you're going to do all this work. One should have a cutting wheel on it. The other one should have a flap disc, etc., etc. I have a hacksaw. This is only 1/2-inch tube. What would be quicker? Changing out the grinding wheel? Should we change out the grinding wheel, or should I just hack it? I'm kind of thinking hack it would be a good idea, because I don't feel like changing the stupid grinding wheel. That's such a pain in the butt, dudes. Using the hacksaw would be faster? All right, cool. So I'm gonna get you guys over here. You look at my damn tool bench right here. I need more cameras. So I need like just a dedicated camera over there. But you're looking at the vise. Let me get my marker.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I can see some holes in the boot. How's it going with the restoration? You can see some holes in the boot? Yeah, it's getting there, dude. Yeah, the boot lid's good. The rest of it, though, seen better days. All right. So I'm gonna go down here. This is a gas tank. I'm gonna move my gas tank just over here. Mark 24. Here we go. Let me get the hacksaw out. It's up on my pegboard here. It's up on my damn old pegboard. I mean, the cutting wheel would zip through this real quick, but I also have a... Oh, it's got a hacksaw blade on it. Excuse me. Safety glasses. You're gonna need safety glasses. Let me get the safety glasses real quick. Is that a Tonka trunk on the workbench? It is. Yeah, crane. Tonka crane, dude. My parents were down here over the weekend. We found that in my backyard. So that's not the only thing we're going to be restoring. I got to find some parts for that thing, but yep. What motor is that? Can you see? It's a 327, small block Chev. I actually just scored a tri-power intake manifold for it. For anybody that cares. You guys probably find that cool. All right. Okay. Here we go. Why do I suck at doing vise work so much? Probably put it closer to the vise so you know you don't have to worry about it moving. Nice. Okay, so let's measure the deck lid button right here. See that? Let's put the brace right before that, and then we'll angle it where our hypotenuse in this triangle is 24 inches. Right, we'll angle it as far as we can. Now, there's no deck lid buzzer over there, so I got to measure. We got to get the tape measure out again. Can I put the tape measure down in the same spot every time, please? Because this is redonkulous. Yeah, I forgot I had the reciprocating saw. But I left the reciprocating saw next to the hacksaw, which means there was a method to the madness there. And I knocked over one of the pegs on the pegboard. There goes the other one. Cool, just knock everything over, man. Freaking bull in a china shop, dude. Holy cow. 18 inches. So we're gonna need to clean up here. Let me get my mask back on, dudes. Tacks look pretty good. Thanks, man. Okay. All right. So let's get up here. Clean the metal off, and then we'll go and do that on the other side. Measure 18 inches up. Yep. Okay. Let's put these in the positions that we want. Let's make sure the angles are right. Hang on, this is not reading correctly. I have to re-zero this. This is a protractor. See, it's going to tell you what angle you have here. Okay, that's set to 50, and then we just get the reciprocal here. Reciprocal. Jeez, what's happening to me? Cool. We got audio desync. Doesn't look like you got desync to me. Wait, how can you tell? I have a mask on. Real bad? Huh. Really? Okay, give me one sec. Dude, I can see it. What the hell? Oh, man. Are you sure? Okay. Better? Yeah. This computer's struggling, guys. We might need to get a new shop computer. All right, let's get back to work. Excuse me, one racing roll cage. I was thinking maybe put another one up there. The more, I mean, I'm kind of, at this point, I don't think I bought enough bracing, but I bought out the entire damn stock. But doing this like this will make sure that the metal isn't tensioned at all. You don't need another cross brace, do you? Yeah, I'm just worried about this putting torsion on that bracket, dude. That's all. Unless we want to angle cut that and do it nice, but why clamp it? That's just introducing tension. It was just there to hold it in place, dude, but we can, you know what? I'll save this bracing for later and we'll just keep those angled. We'll just measure the angle and we'll weld it like that. It's fine. Okay, that's good. All right. We just got to zap it. It's not that big of a deal. Zap it. Actually, you know what? If we put this at a 45, trying to set this at a 45-degree angle. Nah. All right, let's just, that's fine. That's 50. We know that's 50 off the top. Okay, let's get the welder back out. Reattach our super cool, super grounding thing. Flip the welder on. Gas on. System is primed and pressurized, Captain. Okay, make sure the gas is coming out of this. It absolutely is. Okay, ready? I need my gloves. There's always a frickin' procedure to everything. Okay, safety squints. That's not going anywhere. Okay, zapping the other side in. Frank zapping the end. Okay, cool. Now we know for a fact that those dimensions are not going, they're not changing. That is the car. We welded that to the car. It's not moving. It ain't going nowhere. Turn the gas off. Gas is off. Regulator pressure is purged. Und wir gut. Cool. Now we know. This is perfectly square, perfectly aligned. That's not going anywhere. Is that a welding jacket? Yes. Yes, it is. It's a nice welding jacket, too. My in-laws got it for me. Turns out when your in-laws are from Detroit, they like mechanical things and industrial things pertaining to automobiles. It's really weird. It's really strange. Actually, this car, oh, tack failed. Turn the welder back on. Turn the welder back on. We have a failure of the tack. Didn't like it. Got to get at it again. Give it more voltage. We didn't get a good pen. Is that one okay? That one's good. All right. I'm just going to I'm going to up the voltage on the welder a little bit. And rarest, yeah, you're not going to ground, dude, unless you wear like aluminumized gloves. You ain't grounding out, to be honest with you. Yeah, that's not happening. The reason why is because the electricity, you know, path of least resistance and stuff. And the metal is has a lot less resistance than you and I. If you are the path of least resistance, the electricity will try to make friends with you. Usually that doesn't end well. Okay, safety squints, chat. Cool, we're good. There you go. She ain't going nowhere now. Sick. I'm actually pretty damn happy with that. Cool. This ain't moving. See, now we know this is not going anywhere. But once again, see, we don't have any, if you try to go forward, back, or left to right, it's not going anywhere. But see how we're going up and down? See how I can move that just slightly up and down? That's what I'm worried about now. Now we got to figure out how to brace it up and down. But the thing that we would brace it to, need a cough drop. The thing that we would brace it to, the trunk floor, we're going to be pulling out. That's kind of a problem. This is the conundrum that I was running into a little bit earlier. Fair enough, you just don't know. Yeah, no, I get you, man, I get you. Welding is one of those things where it's like, I don't know, for me when I first did it, dude, I was super worried, like, okay, Rares, do you remember the first time you shot a gun? You're like, okay, I'm doing the thing now. You're like, okay, I got this. And then you let it fly and you're like, okay, this isn't too bad. Same deal. Welding's the same idea. Bad idea. Brace it to the raised trunk cover. That moves, dude. I wouldn't do that. That's, I mean, just this thing has a lot of movement. It's sprung, so I don't think that's a good idea. I like where your mind's at though. Like if we could make a lattice, we freaking triangulate the lattice up and then to the sides. That's definitely a good idea. I actually don't think I have enough bracing for that. We're gonna need more. I'm not gonna, but the trunk's on a torsion spring. You don't want to try and brace to something that moves. Not a good idea. Hang it from the ceiling. I don't think I have enough bracing to get all the way up there. I do need something on the Z-axis, but the curvature of the quarter might be enough. I think this is enough for us to like, okay, so let's think about this, right? Let's think about it. Why am I worried about it going up and down? What's the problem? Well, we want to make sure that it's the correct height from the trunk floor that we replaced. Well, we could take that measurement right now, check the measurement, and then just make sure the measurement is good later, right? Put some bottle jacks under there, under the bracing, to move the bracing up or down after we put the trunk floor back in. The new trunk floor that doesn't have holes in it, right? Is your long cross brace currently level? I'm not sure, you know. Let me check. It's Kerbal in real life. Yeah, baby. Actually, yes. Yes, it is. Look. Here. I would say make the noise, but my electronic level doesn't have enough batteries. It's going to look like it's a little that way, but here, let me. It is just a smidge to the left, but that's actually pretty damn good. Dude, this car is pretty damn straight for something that was made by hand. We found a 1/16th of an inch tolerance. That's actually pretty good, man. Like, I'm sorry, that's pretty decent for what it is. And that the fact that it's straight despite missing an ungodly amount of structure is pretty damn cool. That's the kind of stuff they mean when they say build, they built them right back in the day. That's what they're talking about. This was made by someone who really knew what they were doing going down the line. Somebody who's very good at their job. That's cool. I like that kind of stuff, man. That's sick. Dead nuts. We are dead nuts indeed. Now, the garage door's open. I hope nobody heard that. I'm talking about the level, just in case anybody heard it. Brace from the center of it to the quarter. Well, Flykin, the quarters aren't structural anymore. That's my problem. That's a good idea, dude. You're in the ballpark. The quarters aren't structural. Remember, we found that train wreck down there? Look. Look, see? That's not structure. If that was structure, dude, this would be a good idea. But that's not supposed to do that. If it was structural, though, you'd be right on the money, man. I'm excited about this. This is good. Like I said, man, it's frickin' things that this land yacht's the frickin' Titanic. It's rusty as hell, but we'll get it. All right. Now, guys, I'm convinced that my frame rails are good enough, but let's get our downwards measurement, right? Let's get our downward measurement. This is a flat spot, so right from this bar, I'll measure down on both sides, and then we'll write it out on our dimensional, super awesome dimensional diagram of fun.com.org. So I have a very, very advanced system here of writing down all the measurements of the car to make sure that everything is good. We'll add this to our measurements. I got to draw a cool diagram. Here, let me just. There. See, it's a 3/4 of the back of the car. See? We'll measure the distances right there and right there. See, look at this. Yay. Oh, I missed. Oh, never mind. All right, let's get the tape measure out, which I put in a different freaking spot. Son of a... Freaking gremlins, I swear, dude. Freaking gremlins, dudes. Where the heck is the tape measure? Couldn't have gone far. Oh, I see it. I see it. It's over here. Can you be sure the trunk floor isn't sagging when you take the measurements? Dean, I'm trying to... Here, come here. I'll show you, dude. That's a good question. I'm going to pick up right here. Well... That's... Here, let's use the suspension. We'll use the leaf spring perch, the rear leaf spring perch, as our datum there. That's a good idea, because yeah, this one is not going to. It's not gonna. Over here though, we still got some structure left, so yeah, that'll work, I think. I tested my spot weld driller last night, so some of this I was able to get out. All right. That's actually a good sketch. Quite the illustrator, an artiste. The Gremlin was a good car, however, you can hook the tape to your pants. You hook the tape to your pants pocket. Yeah. Gremlins are cool. Tack to the leaf spring perch. Rares, that's not a bad idea, but we got to replace the floor, dude. So how am I going to do that? I'm honestly asking. Remember, the floor is the big problem here. $14.25 on the dot. The angle's making it look like 14 3/8. It's a quarter, I swear. Yep. Come on. See where the line of the rail goes right to the quarter mark. So we're 14.25 basically to the frame rail. Actually, hold on. We weren't crooked. We weren't straight. That's straight. It is. Well, it's 14.25. It's absolutely 14.25. Now the other side's going to be a little bit different because we can't go to the frame rail just yet, but. Now let's, we'll measure the other side. Yeah, see this one is going to be a little bit different. This one is measuring 14.1/8. But I know there's an 1/8 inch of steel down there. So what I'll do, we'll do 14.25 on both sides, dudes. Actually, we're at 14 1/16. You know what? Let's do this right. Getting at that structure is going to suck. You know what? You know what, dudes? I'm going to do 14 and a quarter on both sides because I can't really get at any of this without the fascia off. Can't really get my spot weld driller in here. But I know that there's seam sealer and then an 1/8 inch. Well, it's not an 1/8 inch. The trunk pan's pretty damn thick. I think it's, oh, what is it? 20 gauge steel, maybe. No, it's probably 1/16 of an inch. So we can add 1/16, but the problem is that I know there's rust down there. I know there's rust underneath that thing. So this isn't going to get us an exact measurement. I think 14 and a quarter is good because I know for a fact that that is straight and that's good metal. So I don't see why it wouldn't be. If we're going to do it right, it would be even on both sides. Am I thinking about this right or am I being lazy? You guys tell me. Like, that has to be right. That has to be right. We're like 1/8 of an inch off over here, right? It's 14 and a quarter here, and it's 14 and 1/8 over there. And then we know there's a 1/16 of an inch of metal down there where what's left of the trunk pan, and then there's paint and seam sealer on top of that. That's got to be right. It's got to be the same on both sides. So I'm gonna write it as 14 and a quarter, but I'll make a note that it wasn't. Note, the right-hand measure measurement was 14 and 1/8, but the pan was still attached. Done. Okay, we got another measurement right there. There's the crappy back of my car. Put that over there. The more important thing is that they're the same. Tape 2 rods together and cut them to fit on a miter saw. Yeah, Aqualux, well, that's what I'm thinking, dude. When we get the new pan in and stuff, okay, all right. Like, I don't want you to, don't yes me to death here, all right? Like, when we get, all right, the Kerbal, literally this is the Kerbal thinking cap, okay? Put the Kerbal thinking caps on, dudes, because that's what we're doing here, okay? So, they should be the same on both sides, right? Why wouldn't they be? Why? I mean, we know that the quarter panel is a little bit out, but honestly, if the frame rails are out, if the frame rails are doing this, we got to correct it. We got to correct it because that means our suspension geometry is off. So I think that connection is right, and I think, or that the length on the left-hand side is right, and I think we should use that for the right-hand side. Now, we could brace against the trunk pan later, or we could just put a jack there when we go to put the rear fascia plate back on, right? Or we could, once the trunk pan is good, we could do what you're saying. We could weld a rod at 14 and a quarter and put it underneath it. And then we'll know it's good, right? But we should be using 14 and a quarter, right? Like, am I thinking about this correctly? There's no reason why that shouldn't be right on either side. Am I thinking about this correct? Just set it to grandparent strut. Bro, I wish we had auto strut. If we had auto strut, this would be way easier. But then again, I just auto strutted the trunk. Dude, that's what we're doing. This is Kerbal, guys. This is working in the SPH, only in real life. And then we get to actually drive around in the thing that we made. I hope you guys understand that. I think that's really cool. Make sure you write down that you measure to the leaf spring perch. Yep. Still not a rocket though. Yeah, I'm gonna change the distance to trunk floor. Leaf spring perch. There we go. Killer. All right, dudes, we're good there. That's enough bracing for me for this. This is fine. I know that ain't going nowhere. All right, now where? We got no rear cross member. We got to be careful with that. We should install some temporary bracing. But we got to install a piece of temporary bracing here. We got to do it. That's the wrong camera. We got to install a piece of temporary bracing here, and we have to do it in a way that's not going to foul on the trunk pan when we go to put it in. It can always be adjusted. Element, this is more just making it easier in the long run, guys. Now, you're right, dude. You don't need to do this. You don't need to. You could do this without it and then just adjust it later. I'm doing this, one, because I'm not trying to make more work for myself later. I'm trying to take the adjustment out of this. I won't need to adjust it because it's the same way that it was from the factory. That's what all the bracing is there for, dude. I wanted to do that, not chat. What kind of engine does it have? A 5.2 liter Asimalock V8. It's got a 3-speed automatic behind it. So in Mopar speak, it's a 318 with a 2-barrel and a 904 torque flight behind it. It's got a 7 1/4 rear end and factory manual drum brakes all around. It's got power steering though. Did you miss the message before that? Most likely. Did you miss the message before that? Oh, yeah. Element, this is just me being anal retentive, dude. Just like in KSP. I want it to be right, and I want to make sure that's right, and I want to eliminate the guesswork later. Also, the body panels are structure on this car. It's a unibody, dude. It ain't like a Chevelle or like a Fairlane or something. It's unibody. You got to be careful. We have to make sure these are right. At least mimicking the factory. I don't need my car doing a late 70s Chevy Nova and going down the highway sideways. Is the 5.2 a big block? Believe it or not, Asimalock, no. That's a small block. That's the smallest V8 that Chrysler offered in 1969, dude. The only engine smaller than that was a 3.5 liter inline 6. Called a slant 6. I don't know if it's 3.5. Whatever 225 cubic inches is in liters. The big block is a 7.4 liter. This engine did not come with this car did not come, the 4 doors did not come with a 7.4 liter from the factory. Only the coupes did. But maybe we should put one in. I'm saying the bracing you have right now is enough. Cool. You sure about the frame rails, dude? I'm not asking why you're bracing it. Okay, cool. Because that was the Nova's smallest issue. Yep. How's it going? It's going, man. Six in a row, ready to tow. The buzzing half dozen. Yep. So, Element, the frame rails, though. Dude, I have no rear cross member. Like, let me explain just to make sure you're on the same page as me. I think you are, but I want to be absolutely sure. So the frame rails go back, right? They go back. They start at the rear pan. Rear pan's good. There's a shock tower cross member that's right underneath the glass right here. That's holding the 2 frame rails true. And then there's a trunk structural cross member that's about halfway through the trunk, right? It's just a little It's a little piece of metal. It's about this wide and it's kind of like U-shaped. So it's shaped like that almost. Like this. Sorry. And that's holding the frame rails true as well. There should be a cross member back here. This is what we're worried about, dude. There should be a cross member back here. Mine's gone completely. It looks like the Titanic down there. When I pulled the rear bumper off, we pulled some of the cross member with us. So, because I don't, like at the back of the frame rails, I don't have any structure back here. I'm kind of worried. I think putting just a little piece of bracing there to keep the frame rails true, or at least what's left of them back there. Like to substitute for the cross member. I do have a new rear cross member coming, and we'll have to, finagle that thing into place. But what's left of the frame rails back there, I kind of I don't know. Do we want it? I mean, well, now that I'm thinking about it, dude, you might be right. There's not much left to brace back here. We could adjust it later, but yeah, see the end of the frame rail down there is, I mean, it's still there. It's still solid. See what I mean? It's good metal till about here. From here back, she's no good. Let me get you guys a light. Need a light. So the cross member should be right here. You can see there's part of it right there. Part of it is right here. The back of the trunk pan, the sill is on the cross member. And then it's pinch welded to the rear fascia right there. See what I mean? There was a spot weld right there with what was left, but yeah, I'm just a little bit worried that if we take the pan off, right, there's going to be nothing from basically over here to there holding this thing true. But then again, the leaf spring perch is here, and the leaf spring perch is quite strong. And maybe if we keep the leaf springs in, it'll keep everything. No, it's going to sag if we do that, isn't it? Ooh. Put jack stands under the leaf spring perch. Yeah, underneath here, Aqualex, going that way to the other frame rail. And then honestly, jacking up the leaf spring perches is probably a good idea as well. Problem is, my biggest jack stands that I have are, the 4 biggest jack stands that I have are being used to hold the car up right now. I don't know if I have a jack stand that's tall enough, dudes. Because all the other jack stands I have are only 2.25. I have 6-ton jack stands holding this thing up right now. Yeah, it's no good, not good enough. Actually, getting a screw jack under here would actually be a good idea. Seriously, if we get a small screw jack, put the screw jacks underneath it, we can basically get them to the exact height. Putting it back on its wheels might be a good idea. Why? Yeah, screw jack. I hate that guy. No, Jack's cool. Come on. Load from the suspension. Yeah, but if I cut the trunk pan out, right, and we have load on that, it's going to bend the frame rails like this, dude. That's what I'm worried about. That's why I want the suspension unloaded. We could put this... Hellfish, what if we just decompress the rear leaf? Just jack up the rear end a little bit, put it on jack stands so the suspension isn't fully Is the trunk pan really that intact that it's maintaining the rigidity for that to be a concern? The opposite is true with the suspension hanging. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We might, I might need to brace the suspension or take it off. Talking through this is useful. We need to do it. Yeah, a piece right here going to the other one. And then, yeah. Okay. Okay, I see what we got to do. Would this car in its current state be street legal in the US? Absolutely not, Alucard. Not in my state. It's too much rust. This car is not structural. No, no, no. They would fail you on inspection all day. Yeah. It's structurally compromised. You'd fail. It depends on the state though. In Florida you could drive this, sure. You could drive it around. Yeah, you can get plates for it. They don't have inspections, so you need something to hold the frame in place. I'm thinking the screw jack solution is probably a good idea. Just get a screw jack underneath it. If we screw jack to the floor, right? That's going to hold it in place. Unload the suspension, screw jacks out back, we're good to go. I need, what is the distance that I need here? I need a jack that goes about 28 inches. I mean, 28 is well into the frame rails here, but, you know, in case we need to go higher. And good for your state. Alucard, my state, so Massachusetts state inspection is it's not as bad as TUV, but it's almost as bad as TUV. There are very few states that have a more stringent inspection than ours. No, I'm not in Detroit, dude. No. I'm in Boston. My in-laws are from Detroit, though. This car was made in Detroit. It's a Hamtramck car. It was made at Lynch Road, which is where they made Plymouth Superbirds. I think Michigan used to have inspections, but then they were just like, buy more cars. And then they got rid of them. Inspection should be a national standard. Yeah, well, it's not. Yeah, well, well, it's not. To be 100% fair, fellas, I wouldn't drive this around in Boston. You are asking to get killed. Just with the amount of like braking and maneuvering that you need to do, this car not being structurally sound, you know, something could break while you're driving down the road. Like you're asking to get killed if driving this around like this. Like, it's like, here, please end my life. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I would not. I'm not driving this until we have all the structure back into it, dudes. If Michigan had inspectors, nobody would have a car. That's pretty. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you could drive this around in Michigan. Sure. Probably drive it around just like this. People probably give you a thumbs up. In Massachusetts, though, it won't fly. We have pretty strict stuff. Like, yeah, it's not as bad as MOT. Actually, it's about as bad as MOT in the UK. It's about the same. It's not as bad as TUV. Yeah, no, not as bad as TUV. All right. Anyway, I might have to go to Harbor Freight or something and get some taller jacks just so we can hold the back of this thing up. I'm fine with jack stands holding this car up, holding the frame rails. If we get a jack stand there and then one bracer bar holding it left to right, guys, that's good enough. I'm fine with that. That's totally fine. Cribbing. What is cribbing? You guys keep saying that. What about your floor jack? What about it? What's that going to do? I only have one. But I thought these cars had metal bars at the bottom that give it structural stability. Yeah, they do. Mine's over here. It came off with the bumper as Malak. We got no structure. Look, the big metal bar, there's supposed to be a rear cross member. It's supposed to be right where my hand is. You can see the sill where it's supposed to be. When I pulled the rear bumper off, that all came with it because this is shot. This needs to be rebuilt. We're going to rebuild all this. I have 16 gauge steel to rebuild the end of the frame rail. We're going to rebuild it. And then what I'm going to do is we'll cut this sucker right here. We're going to cut it, section it off. I'm going to plug weld 2 tabs in here. We plug weld to that, and then we butt weld the frame rail together. That'll rebuild the structure here sufficiently. Do you own a modern truck? If so, what kind? The newest truck I have on my property is from 1997. Is that modern enough? In Michigan, you can make the whole car to 1/2-inch beams. Yeah, right. You could crib it with wood. Oh, I don't think I have enough wood to do that. A lot of them come with a bottle jack. Oh, yeah, no. I do have the stock jack for that truck. It's in it, but nah, it's right over there. You can just see the front tire. Found a good example. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Uncle Lex, that's not bad. I don't have enough wood. Mr. Yak just showed his face on Starbase Live. Nice. This is a practice for the 69 Fastback that you're going to restore. That's right, Joe. I actually want a 69 Coronet 2-door. That would be super cool. I would love to have a 2-door version of this car. Maybe we sell this one when it's done. Yeah, maybe we sell it. Maybe sell it when it's finished. Surely people would want, even though it has 4 doors, people would want it if it has 4 doors, but it has no rust. I'm doing this to learn. I said this in part 1. I'm doing this to learn how to do this, to understand what it takes to rebuild a car. And when I say rebuild, I mean actually take the thing apart, like undo what the assembly line did. All right. Yeah, what we got to do, I got to get that rear end not hanging. We got to get it elevated. Just a little bit. Just enough to take tension off the springs. So let me get my jack.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Who's that? Is that Hidgy? Car! 102 months. Thanks, man. Actually, you know what? I love Mustangs, dude. I have an '08 Mustang outside. It's pretty damn straight, actually. But you know what Mustang I do love? Actually, what Ford I love, it's not even a Mustang. It's a Torino. I always thought the Torino was cooler. But I do love, like, 67 Mustang is pretty much one of my all-time favorites. That doesn't need to be a Shelby. I'll just take a
Discovery, go at throttle up.
67 Fastback with a 390 and a top loader. That's fine with me. I would be very happy. But my ultimate favorite car is a 70 Challenger 500 or 70 Charger 500. Yeah, I like, 69 Chargers are cool, 68s are cool because of the taillights. I like 1970 Chargers. I think that was the best looking one out of those 3 years. That's not really a popular thing. People don't like 70s. I like 70s. Big Pooh! Only 5 here, but here for the long haul. Only 5 months so far, but here for the long haul. Thanks, man. All right, let's get to work. Let's unload. I don't know why I'm putting my earplugs in. Let's unload the rear end. I'm just going to jack the rear end up a little bit to get load off the rear bars. I do have a set of jack stands that can do that. So we should see the rear end go up a little bit. Jeez. The rear end didn't go up. It didn't, the shocks aren't compressing. It's taking the car off of the frame rails before it, whatever. Yeah, I mean, that probably should happen. And by probably, I mean, that's right. Because when we put these stands on it, it'll compress the suspension. Plumber's butt, plumber's butt, plumber's butt, plumber's butt. All right, let's go. Ready? Hello? Hello? The shocks aren't compressing, you know, so that's good. Yeah, they're not compressing. That's that is a development that has happened. You know, I've decided that, you know, we might need to pull the rear end. Yeah, the suspension didn't compress. Those shocks are stuck in the open position, which might actually be good for us, to be honest. That might actually be not the worst thing in the world. Yeah. Because that means we know the suspension ain't going to move. No, guys, I'm telling you, the shocks aren't opening. The shocks are at full droop, and they're not closing. It's because those Monroe shocks are carrying they're Monroe shock absorbers, and they're carrying a Monroe logo from the 80s. The shock absorbers are like 40 years old. It's probably what has to do with it. It's because they were compressed for the longest time, and then when I jacked the car up, they went to full droop, and the weight of the rear end just held them open. It is what it is. That's fine. You can take the leaf, you can pull the leaf off, drop the rear end. There's a big job. Well, not a big job, but it's not too bad, but I'm just worried about the rust that we're going to encounter if we try. And, you know, like, we could try to take the shock absorbers out. If we take them out, we're going to run into the same issue. Just cut them. A gas shock? I don't think that's a good idea. Let me just see how they're attached up in there. Okay. Okay, that ain't too bad. Turbo, sorry, turbocharger. Yeah, they're stuck. Unfortunately. Yeah, let's try to get them. Yep. If we pull the shocks, if I can get them off the bottom bolts, we'll be okay. That should get, as long as we can compress the suspension, you just take it off the bolt. Now the top bolts, I don't know, they're a little rusty, but that could work. Those sneezes were real. He just wanted to make turbo noises. Well, yeah, duh. All right, let's get the PB out. I knew I'd need it. Start hosing down these bolts. I have no idea when the last time these things were off. The threads are barely recognizable. How the funkin' waggles am I supposed to get that off? Oh. There's a... Tell me that's a captive nut. Chat, tell me. It is. All right, cool, sweet. That's a very strange way of doing that, but yeah. All right, let's roll. Seems like the 21st is the launch date. WB57 just got scheduled, plus NOTAMs being changed from the 19th through the 28th. If it's the 21st, guys, we're covering it here. It's captive now. Yeah, that's a good point. All right. All right, what do we want to do here? What do we want to do? I really wanted to get this back sill plate off today, guys. 21st is your birthday. All right, that is my birthday. Yeah, that's what I really wanted to do. For what it's worth, I don't think the frame rails are going to sag at all. Guys, I'm good with this, to be honest, and I might just, like, I'll go buy jack stands eventually. Like, I don't want to do that during the stream. Like, we'll buy something to hold the back of this up, sure. But yeah, I mean, we're going to have to take measurements and readjust it anyway, because the rear cross member's gone. There's no datum to adjust it to. So I think I'm ready to drill spot welds off the back here. I think that's what we should do. Let's get this rear fascia off and we'll see. We'll see how much it moves. Because it is going to move. Oh, it's going to move. But the other thing I can't help but think, this may have already moved. That's what keeps popping up in the back of my head. It's already moved. I think as long as we keep the trunk cross member in there, intact, we'll be all right. Hey, RJ, dude, what the heck, man? What's that about? Are you going to get Clecos? Not get. Got. Jeez, RJ. You, dude, what? Like, tack the frame rails beforehand. That's for the jack stands. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll, let me just get in here and take a peek. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. There's holes in the frame. The factory holes, not bad holes. I think if we pick up on one of those holes and just kind of tack right next to it, we should be fine. Yeah, I'm going to put a bar left to right, make sure the frame rails are true. And then, yeah, we should get at it. Well, no. Oh, I hate being indecisive about this. Sorry, guys. Okay, backseat me. What would you do? I think we can go for it. We do need to brace the leaf springs. We need to brace them up and down and left and right. Like, once again, you don't have to, but we did all that work on the top to make sure that's right. Probably should do the work on the bottom, you know? I think with the rear diff on the jack stands, it should be good. Okay, let's do that then. I'll pull the rear shocks, pull the shocks off, compress it without any shock absorbers because those shocks were junk anyway. I've seen the new Lego Sasquatch. Okay, cool. Let's get our plan of attack. I can get at the lower shock bolts. I don't want to try to get at the top ones. We'll break something. They are rusty, so I'm going to let them soak. The bottom ones we can get at. You can buy a new leaf spring perch or a leaf spring mount for the shock. I know you can buy those. So if ours go the way of the dodo, it goes the way of the dodo. That's the way it is. If we'll undo the shocks, compress up the suspension, and then I think we're good. Yeah, that's what we'll do. And then we'll start drilling the back out here. Let's go. Let me see I'm trying to see what size is the shock bolt. Just undo it at the diff. – Need some EJ crew cab charger bolts, like a T with the car and special tools. The brake bleeder 5000. Yep. Reiterating, agreeing. Okay, cool. I have a 3/4 impact driver right here. Let's just see if that's the right side. Oh, it is. Oh. Really? 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 It came off. Well, at least the nut came out. It's stuck in there, but it did come out. Hold on, I gotta get it out of the bit. Give me 1 second. Or the socket, excuse me. Huh. It's the same, it's a lug nut. There's a lug nut holding it on. Actually, it's not exactly a lug nut. It's not tapered on one side. It came out. Yeah, freaking thing came out. Really? All right, well, let's see what our luck's gonna be like on the other side. You guys will know by the noise how much luck we're gonna have or not. Really? Both sides. Well, I'll be a monkey's bare butt uncle. Okay. Now we just need to get a mallet and get that thing freaking off of there. Let me get my rubber mallet, see if we can get those off. Quick, get a lottery ticket. Yeah. Here we go. Rubber mallet. Telling you, man, they tell you they want to be fixed. This one is saying, don't kill me. Please, fix me. Okay. Retaining nut. The retaining washer is off. We just got to hammer at it a couple of times. And then let me get my damn old pry bar here, boy. Actually, this is probably going to be easier to do with the rear diff loaded up on the stand, not, you know what I mean. I'm telling you, dude, they tell you, they talk to you, they say stuff. Save me, please, please, I don't want to die. All right, don't worry. I got you. You'll be all right. You're in the arms of an EJ. It's moving. It's going, dudes. She's going. Came off. No frickin' way, dude. You're in the arms of an EJ. Yep. Dude, that stud isn't even that bad. Unreal. All right, let me put the hardware back on. And it is rusty down here. But yeah, she's not bad. She's all right. Come on, get back on there, little guy. Here you go. The shock does recompress. Huh. The shock recompresses, dudes. That's not good. I think our leaf spring might have bound up. Let me check. No? We're up off the rear jack stands right now. Oh no, it drooped. Yep, okay, cool. Let me just get the other one off and then we're good to go. It's not, it drooped. It's not Hellfish, it's who sings that song? I don't remember. It's from the MSPCA commercials.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
No, the left side drooped, right side didn't, dude. We're all right. I'm trying to get the right side strut off. Yeah, the right side shock. Just give it a couple taps with the hammer, a couple more with the pry bar. Yep, there she goes. It's going. Come on. Just imagine this part, okay? Yeah, this one was the one that's definitely seized. Yeah, it's definitely seized. It really doesn't want to move like the other one did. There we, whoa! Fire in the hole. The washer came in like a wrecking ball, hit my toolbox. Yeah, that one. Okay, that one compressed. Shazbot. They both compressed. Not great. Maybe this will allow it to move a little bit more. Okay. All right, let's get everything out of the way. Huh. I think my leaf spring shackles are seized. Yeah, I think the leaf spring shackles are seized. Oh no, they started to go now. We're starting to get travel on this thing again. Freaking trunk, man. Nope, it's moving now. No, she's moving. We're good. Just GIF this, please. Stop that. Why? It's fine. Rocket, Barb. Rocket, I'm rocket. Slower, Barb, slower. Okay, we got travel. We're good. Sweet. Okay, it's moving. That's what I care about. As long as she's moving, as long as the leaves are moving up and down, we are good. The reason why we're not getting good travel back here, dudes, is because there's no weight on the rear end of the car. We took all the weight out. Gas tank, the rear bumper, it's all gone. Gone. It's all gone. It's gone. It's all gone. So, if I put those stands on the rear end, yeah, in the form of rust and bundle. Okay, take that, put that there. Coming down. Okay, we're on the 4 main structural jack stands, and the rear end is, yeah, it's compressed. The leaf spring shackle is vertical. Yeah, good, good, good. Our suspension is unloaded. I just want to be absolutely sure that this travels. Okay. Cool, we're good. All right, I'm happy. Let's start drilling the back. Let's start drilling the back. Let's do this. All right, so we got to start drilling the spots. Oh, snap, it's bald. He's bald. Yep. Yeah, it's aerodynamic. Is a bald. Yeah, thanks. That's cool. All right, let's get to this, bros. I have my spot weld cutter, and I'm just gonna work my way around as best as we can. So we got most of them all the way down to there. Yeah, let's go from there. We don't have to worry about any of that moving. We braced it, we're good. Safety glasses, hearing protection. All right. Let's go. Of course, it started to move. Man, that thing really chewed that up. We're gonna have to punch these holes. Hold on. Let me get my punch. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm making an indentation in the center of the spot welds for my spot weld bit to pick up on. So the drill don't ride around when we go to do this. Doesn't need to be much. You don't need to push too incredibly hard here. Note that I'm holding the hammer close to the end because I don't want a lot of torque because you don't want to, we hit too hard, we bend stuff. I don't know what we're going to do about this, but I do see the spot weld, so. There's another one right there. There's another one right here. That went through. That's great. Yeah, well, at least we know there's not a lot of structure there. Well, that spot weld's gone. Okay. That should give us enough to work with here. Let's go. Damn thing keeps riding around. Stop it! Come on! Almost through. Too fast? No. I didn't get all the way through, Aqualux. I'll keep it slow, though, if you want. Man, did I mess that up. No lube and too fast, just the way I like it. Oh, okay. Well, let's get the lubricant then. Let's have a party. It's underneath the car. There you go. Hey, there. Oh, I flipped the switch by accident, dudes. That always happens with this drill. You've seen that happen before, dudes. Got it. Nice. Good. All right. There's 2 more. Don't ride around on me, you bum. Had to go a little fast there just to get it to cut, dudes. Just want to see something. Yep. Center punch is your friend. It's been center punch, dude. I center punched them. I center punched them all. There we go. I got it to bite. Come on. Come on. Come on, man. There we go. I went through. That's going to make that a little bit harder to do later. Didn't want to do that. Crap. Put a piece of masking tape over the spot. What is that going to do? I'm asking. There's a spot on the, right there. Reduces the bit from whacking? Ah, okay. Yeah. I have masking tape. I brought it out because I figured we might need it. This isn't going to stick very well with the lubricant on it, is it? That's not going to work. I'd have to clean the surface more. Almost there. Wait a minute. Do we have a smaller one? Can we? How do we switch to the other side on this thing? Put the tape on the drill? What? How would... I got it. Hang on. No, I didn't. I really am bumming that I zapped through that whole thing. That's okay. There's 2 spot welds there that I didn't see before. I got to get at them and get the punch. There we go. Got that one. Just got to get this one. You really have to, really got to go slow. Like initially, you really don't want to go fast. I can see that now. No, stop it. Neanix, I'm drilling out spot welds here so we could get this off. I got to undo the welds from the factory so we can get this piece off. Stop moving, you piece of shit. Excuse my language. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. You fine? I'm fine. Yeah, that didn't work either. Got a center punch. I've center punched it 3 times. It bit that time. Okay, it's apart. We got it. If we didn't, it's hanging on by a thread. Okay, that one. It started to go. You really got to go slow with this, huh? I don't want to hit the center punch harder, dude, because it'll bend stuff. There we go. Got it. It's through. I saw the whole panel move. We're through. Hey fellas, I got a dumb question. This thing has a smaller diameter drill on the other side. How do we get that? How do we get that off? I've been sitting here staring at that thing while we've been doing this, trying to figure out how to get it. But I'm not too incredibly sure. Like, how do we switch it so it's the lower diameter? Invest in a spring punch. I have one around, but the hammer and punch was closer. See, how do we get it? How do we get that? Was there instructions with the bit? Nah, last. Try heating it up a bit and then center punching it. You'll make a decent dent. I center punched most of these and they're fine, dude. It's the drill. I'm just figuring out how to do that. Compress the spring, then rotate the collar counterclockwise. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, that seems to be the case, dude, but you know, I don't know. I would like the smaller diameter. Hold on. Let me put it back in the drill chuck. Probably can get at it better that way. Yeah, that thing doesn't want to move, dude. No. Whatever. We can roll with the bigger ones. It's not a big deal. It would be nice to get the smaller one, but that's all right. Why? I got it in the track. Why are you moving? It unscrews. Put it in a vise and use some pliers. All right, cool. I'll do that real quick. Just imagine that that's what I'm doing, okay? Because, yeah, I want the smaller one. These are smaller spots. Okay. Pliers, 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 pliers. Spin prime, spin prime, spin prime, static fire, spin prime, static fire, spin prime, cryo test. Pliers, 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 pliers. That was a quick Amazon search. Yeah. Cool. Think this will work? Pliers, 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 spin prime, spin prime, spin prime, static prime, spin prime, static prime, spin prime, sorry. Just imagine that that's what I'm attempting to do right now. Yep, that worked. The vice grip moved it. Oh yeah, it's just threaded. Cool. All right, reversed it. Now let me use the same vice grip to just tighten it up. Okay, it's bottomed on the threads. That's where it was. All right, sweet. Changed it. Actually, yeah, it is a smaller diameter. It's not by much. Or I'm just dumb and I can't look at it correctly. Might be the same now that I'm really looking at it. It's probably could be just an optical illusion, man. All right. Back to work. That's through. Next. It's really hard to tell when you're through. Like, it's really hard to know for sure. All right, let's get these two here. Stop it. Dude, I suck at this. Holy crap. I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to do right now. I'm taking the car apart. I'm drilling out spot welds from the factory. But I mean, BD, it is an EJ stream. My goal is to have people come in here and be like, what the frick is going on in here? That is kind of the goal. It's always been the goal. There you go. Oh! Come on. There we go. I saw it move. No, Dean. I know. I'm drilling spot welds out because I need to remove. So see where these spot welds are? See the seam right here? I got to remove this piece. But the welds on this back piece go all the way around. I'm just wondering why this really isn't coming. Okay, got a couple more. It's painful watching this. Okay. I could get a smaller bit and do it that way, you know. I know that this thing in the center is just a follower. It makes it so you don't bottom out, so you don't drill all the way through. But if you press too hard, you drill all the way through. I could get a smaller bit and then do it that way. At least put a pilot hole, put a better pilot hole in these things. Give me one sec. Let me go get my drill index. Uh, 5/64. Yeah, that'll do. This little guy. I'll put this, you know what? I'll have this on a little drill. I have another drill. We'll use two different ones. There we go. It's going to get us better following marks, for sure. You don't need to go very far. You just gotta get it enough. Yeah, and then there's that damn tack weld up there. That should get me a good guide, right? And that's the one that went through. Okay. Man, that thing's rusty. All right. Now that we've done that, let's see. Let's see if it's less painful to watch now. You know, guys, you got to keep in mind, I'm learning. I'm learning how to do this, so you just got to bear with me. I've never drilled spot welds in my life. Still rode a little bit. Got it. It popped. Maybe we just got to go a little bit more. I don't know if I went full the way through. Yeah, that first pop got it, I think. But we're still, this is still super strong, dude. It still feels like those are connected. I would like to put a pry bar in here, but I know that's what you should do, but I don't want to damage the sill or this piece. We want to reuse these. I just need this to get off. I just need this to move off of here. But then again, we could always bend that plate up to an extent. Some type of glue. There's probably some seam sealer, but it's most likely rust that's holding it together. I'm not going to make the drill do. I just want to push. Yep. And that one I went through because I'm an idiot. That one just needed a little bit more. That went through. I heard it. That one went through as well. It'll make a pop. It'll make like a ting noise when you go to do this. Yep, they're all moving. I don't think I got through up there. Dude, how could we not be through there? As you said, you're learning. It does not make you an idiot. Rome was not built in a day. Yeah, it's just some people are douchebags about it, Merkin. You know, like, it's painful to watch. Hey, fuck you. How about that? Thanks for the fucking constructive criticism, asshole. Get the fuck out of my stream. You know, it's fucking annoying, dude, sometimes. Excuse my language. Not you, Merkin, for what it's worth. Like, this is tough, dude. Not everybody has the stones to fucking put themselves up in front of fucking people and make a fool of themselves, you know? Like, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to do good, man. Trying to teach people that you can do this, like... We chipped a tooth. What did I come back to? Nothing, man. Just people getting under my skin, that's all. Don't worry about it. We good. I'm over it. Hey, Home Planet, it's okay. The vast majority of you guys are all right. I just won't stand for that crap. You know what I mean? We're chipping the spot welding bit. Am I pushing too hard? It might be me. I might be pushing this too hard. We're starting to chip teeth on this thing. That was me. I let it slip. Safety glasses, maybe? Oh, yeah, I gotta put them back on. Push more, spin less. Okay. I'm pretty sure we got these. Let me get at this one again. It doesn't look like we got all the way through. That one's through. Yeah, I see it. I'm learning now. You really have to go slow with this thing. Like real slow. There's no teeth left. I gotta switch it. Give me one sec. Man, I'm gonna have to go buy a lot of these, I have a feeling. Hope you bought two. I only really have one right now. If not, we'll switch to tungsten carbide burrs. At least they give you a double-sided bit, you know? That's kind of cool. All right, switching back to the original side. You know, I said that these look like they might be smaller. They ain't smaller. Both of the cutting face on the either side is pretty much the same. I don't know, man. I think maybe going a little bit faster. Going a little bit faster feels right, but I don't know. I mean, you guys said go slow. I don't know. I mean, what do you think? What brand is that bit? China. That's the brand. China. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I saw it move. We're good. That one's through. Next. China. China, 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 China. Come on, baby, stay there. I know you have to keep it somewhat clean, but keeping the language real is why I watch. Yeah, I'm trying, dude, as best I can. Sometimes, though, I apologize for cursing, but I am from the Northeast, man. It's kind of how we operate. Patient, patient, patient. Use the other drill. That's why I have it. It likes that speed right there. Any slower and it likes to wind. Looks like we got it. All right, I gotta lower you guys down a little bit on the tripod so you can see. That's the floor. Well, that one went pretty smooth. Jeez. No oil? That was, no, that, dude, it was, I had PB all over that thing. Now, as we get lower down here, we get to the more Titanic-y parts of this thing. There was not much with that one. You see it push through? Why such a large hole? This is the only spot welding bit I could get my hands on. Dude, this is working. It's working fine. I mean, the further we get down, there ain't much to drill through anymore, but just getting all the caca out of the bit. wasn't fast enough. This is just a weird angle, guys. I'm seeing daylight through there. Okay, next one is right there. How do we know where the welds are? I ground it down, dude. I hit it with a wire wheel at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, you got to send it with some RPM, dudes, but yeah, that's through. But it's tacked, it's tack welded, or it's just rusted to hell in there. I'll get the carbide burrs, tungsten carbide burrs out, and we'll get at that. Now these ones down here, I doubt that that's structural at all. There's nothing holding that together. Okay. Yeah, J-Speed, I saw that. That was that one went through. It went through pretty hard. I think we should have most of these, dudes. It's just the bits or the tack welds up here. There's, like I said, somebody started to spot weld this and then they tack welded it up here, and it looks like they tack welded it here and here, and they didn't dress it. They didn't dress the body very well. Interestingly enough, see, none of these pilot dowels are lined up at all. Just tie a rope on it and yank it out like a tooth. Yeah, no, I'm good. All right. Got anything you could try and work under the edge? Yeah, of course, Wisp. Yeah. We just got to be careful. I don't want to. I have a couple of things. I have a little shank piece here. It's just. See, these rusty parts, there's nothing holding it together. See? There's nothing there. It looks like it's together, but it's not. There's nothing there. There's nothing to pry right here. We're gonna have to repair that. This is Bondo that I'm getting out here. This is from the fabulous patch job that we found underneath the car. There's nothing, yeah. Seems like there might be one spot down there, but I don't think I can drill it. Yeah, you guys can still see. Just up here. There's one spot on the top that it looks like we didn't get all the way through, so. All right, let's see if we can get it. There's another spot weld there. It's right on the edge. Oh man, I don't know how the heck I'm gonna get that. You never knew the difference, friend? Yeah. Here's my tape measure. Tack welds are just for positioning things. Spot weld is when you have two hot tips of metal and you pinch, kind of pinch the metal together. Somebody went in here with a big spot welder and my hand's on the other side doing this, and they zap, 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 all down the side. It was a special welder that could fit in the trunk. There's a Starlink launch at 8 tonight, if I'm remembering correctly, dudes. Could you plug weld it? I'm going to plug weld this back together. When we go to put it back together, dudes, we'll plug weld it. Yeah. Yeah. This is all going to get plug welded back. I don't have a spot welder. You can buy spot welders. They're $150 at Hobo Freight. But I'm just going to plug it. Plug welds will be stronger anyway. It's not going to be what's done from the factory, but it'll be stronger. All right. It's time for the tungsten carbide. I got to get at those tack welds. Hobo Freight, how dare you buy stuff from there? Where else are you going to get a spot welder for $200, dude? I don't like it, but also. Where did I put the bits? From China. 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 China, 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 China. Sorry, it's funny to me, okay? You know, I had all of them in my hand this morning, and now I don't. Huh. Where the frick could those have gone? I don't get it. PTFE, there's my plumb, there's the cleaning stuff. I had tungsten carbide burrs, dudes, that just for this scenario, because I figured. There's my Clecos. There's the box for the damn thing. Found the box. Of course, there's no bits in it. Why would there be? I'm not upset. I just gotta find my index. Really, it couldn't have gone far. Is there a space news today, or are we cooking on the car? What time is it? Is it 5? No way. No way. Nope, not in my pocket. It's 5 o'clock. Maybe I put it away? Like, nope. Seriously, where, like, there's only so many places I could put it. I had them in my hand 5 hours ago. I mean, 5 hours ago, it could be in China by now. Huh. Maybe they're in the office. Let me check the office, dude. I don't know why I would have put them in there, but nope. Not in here. I don't get it, man. I like set up a workbench with all my tools over here. Like all the tools that I needed. I put out like a heat gun in case we needed to melt stuff. I put out my hammer and dolly. Is it in the, maybe it's in here. Ah, there we go. I put it away. We put them in the toolbox. We put them in the damn toolbox, boy. So I'm going to use these tungsten carbides to zap those tack welds off. Which one? Which one should we use? I think Bremo's coming. Yep. Hello? What's up, baby?
Nothing. Work too much.
You or me?
Me.
Yeah?
I know. Titan didn't get to go for his walk, and we had to have pizza for dinner. The pizza's done.
Oh no, we had to have pizza for dinner. Oh no.
The HelloFresh doesn't cook itself, and then it goes bad. So,
Where'd doggo? I think
outside.
he's on his leash, man.
Yeah.
I made a brace.
I saw that.
It's pretty cool, man.
It is pretty cool.
I'm happy with that. That's, what's up?
Do you have to use your welder?
I did use the welder, yes.
Wow. Look at you.
Yeah, that'll work. That's not a Fabergé egg, okay?
You sure?
It's tungsten carbide. Diamondylium.
Well, dinner's done, so.
Oh, okay, baby. Let me just get at these couple of tacks and then I'll be in.
Alright.
Yeah, but I got most of this. See how I'm starting to get a seam there?
Oh yeah, look at that.
Seems good, man.
Seems good, man.
Seems good, man. You need a Dremel for those bits? They operate at 10,000 RPM.
You operate at 10,000 RPM.
Yeah, I have a Dremel, dude. I don't think that'll fit the chuck, though, to be honest.
Alright, I'm gonna go through the Walmart.
Okay, bye-bye. This drill can spin pretty quick, dude, so let's just... We should also lubricate. I don't think we really need to too much. Ah, come on, stop riding. I got at most of that weld. Not all of it though. Got at most of it. That one, almost there. That might be lead, dude. It might not be a tack weld. It's possible. Stop it! All right, I'm spinning it in the other direction. There we go. Now we're cooking with electricity. All right, let's see if we can pry that off. Those bits are nuts, dude. I was spinning it in the wrong direction because I'm a moron. Got that one. There we go. Next. Got it. Nice. Very nice. It could have been brazed. There's a lot of crap in this thing, dude. Yeah, I went through there. Got it. All right, we got most of that. That's pretty good, dudes. Pretty good. I dropped my punch. There's a lot of rust in there, dudes. There's a spot weld right there. What's left of one right there. See it? I don't know how the heck we're gonna drill that thing. I'll try. You know what? Just give me the burr. Just give me the freaking burr. Whatever. There's no metal to drill there anyway. Did we get it? Nope, didn't get all of it. Gonna need to redo the sill of this damn thing, man. It's okay. It's just work. There we go. I think I got it. No. There's one little spot weld right there. I mean, we could try to drill it, but I'm not sure we're gonna get it. That thing's gonna ride around all over the place. Let's try for it, see what happens. Hello, Titan. How you doing? Titan's here. Go see Mama. There you go. Well, my drill bit broke. Almost got it. I almost got it to bite. Ah, come on, man. You suck. Stupid clown. Freaking one guy. That one damn spot weld. Okay, I'll see if I can just punch it out. So we can just punch the weld out. Ready? What the frick is this weld made out of? Unbelievable, dude. That's all fricked up. This is supposed to be out here somewhere, but it's not. We're gonna have to fix this. It's all right. It's rusted. Very rusty. Yeah, there's just a little bit of weld left. You know what? I'll put the burr on the smaller drill. See where that gets us. Thin cutting wheel. I might get the Dremel out, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Who's that subbing? Trent and Zach, 2-month resub. Thank you. It's still there. Man. Oh, did somebody step on a duck? There we go. I can get at just the weld. There we go. I got it. Oh, that's bad. I mean, we're probably going to need new quarters anyway, so I'm not too worried. That was the rough side, though. The other side shouldn't be as bad. But jeepers, creepers, that sucked, man. We can hammer and dolly this all back together, and I could patch that flange. But man, that thing is messed up. Looks like there might be 2 more welds up here. No, Dean, it's not nearly as rusty. This one had, whatever this is, whatever this crap here is, this, I'll call it a tack weld. I mean, you guys call it whatever. Tack weld, lead brazing or whatever. They didn't dress it, and it rusted the crap out of that flange. The other flange is nice and clean comparatively. I can see all the spot welds on that one. Yeah, we can see all of them, no problem. I want to keep going, but we should do space news too. I only went all the way through on one, which is pretty cool. Should be able to weld all that back together. We'll plug weld all this back. Is the fascia attached to the cross member? Yeah, they're these like flanges that let it go to it, and then there's just a bunch of spot welds. What almost, I don't know. We should drill them. Should drill them all out. But because we're getting a new trunk pan, we don't need to spot weld this. We could just drill right through. It's not a big deal. Like, and even over here on the other side, right here, like, we're not saving this. The reason why I tried to spot weld through this is because this drip rail is still good, and I'm trying to keep it. This one, we got a replacement. We're going to take that one out because this one has seen better days. This one rusted, and water dripped down through there and caused that. What do you guys want to do? I kind of want to keep going. I'm kind of in work mode, dudes. At least I want to get all this drilled, and then we'll stop for space news, okay? Just make sure to hydrate. You know, that's a good idea. Oh, nice. I had guests leave some Canada dry. Oh, yeah. There ain't much today, illness. New NOTAMs for Starship. It's and a WB57 filing. So I've heard the 21st. That's about it. All right. Let's get back to work then. Oh man, that was bad. What I'm doing here real quick is I'm just looking to see how much trunk is still attached to the to this thing. It's not a lot. There's no rear cross members, so. Okay. All right, let's start. Have you watched the GTA 4 trailer 2 yet? Yeah, yes I have. Rockstar sent me an email when they released it. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. That game is very, very pretty. You know, we'll see how it transpires. Got a year. In the meantime, we'll play Red Dead. All right, so I got to punch the spots, and I broke the damn drill bit, so I'm gonna get another drill bit so we can drill and punch the spots. We'll do this right this time. The drill bit Do you have a normal punch? If so, use that. A normal punch. No, normal punch. Oh, he means a nominal punch. Oh. I don't know where the damn punch is that we, the screw punch. I had something, hold on. We had something from when we were drilling out the transmission that I had in here. Let me see if I can find it. Ah. Yeah, that's not what I want. No. Nada. I don't know where that thing went. Doesn't matter. I'll just keep using what I was using. So I count one spot there, one spot there. Looks like we got one there, and one there. And it looks like there's Bondo underneath this. Oh boy. I gotta get a small drill bit out. Okay, got my small drill bit. You know what, we should probably, yeah, we can, let me punch him and let's do it right. Do it right, do it right, do it right. Ah, come on. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm just giving something for a drill bit
Discovery,
to
go
start.
and throttle up.
You just gotta give it something to start on. It starts by just punching a little hole. Like I said, this side is way less rusty because there was none of whatever that damn weld or brazed lead or whatever. That's not here. Whoever did this side did it a lot better. I can't really tell if there's a spot weld there. Yeah, it's right there. That one I already drilled. I was testing this last night. There's not much fascia below that, so. Okay, now we're gonna go through these with the drill. I'm just trying to get the spot, give a little bit of a divot, enough of a divot for the spot weld drill bit to pick up on. I think this is a reverse bit that I put on here. Doesn't have to be much, it's just a little bit for it to pick up on. What is that? Oh, stamping number. Cool. It's backwards though. I'll tell you what it says in a second. Oh, that one didn't want to do. There it goes. I'm just putting a little dimple in there. So once again, the spot welder has something to pick up on. Am I pushing too hard, dudes? That's like the fourth bit that's done that today. I think I might be pushing too hard. Cheap bits, yeah. Let the bit do the work. Dude, if I just sit there, it doesn't do anything. Like right here, let's pick up. Doesn't do it. That's weird. There's one, thank you. Bits and chips. The pushing is not quite in plane. Oh, all right. I'll try to keep her straight. This is a wood bit, I'm pretty sure. Freaking stupid drill index. Here, this is a metal bit. That's a wood bit. I must have put it back in the wrong spot, dudes. I don't get it. I don't get it, mate. None of these are going through. Drill turning the wrong way? I tried both directions, man, because I got confused, dude. Yeah, tried both directions. I was like, let's try the other way. Maybe I'm stupid. Because the first bit that we were using that was actually doing really well was a reverse bit. But I'm pretty sure this high-speed steel drill bit set, titanium. Okay. You sure about that? You sure about that? All right, are we going the right direction, guys? That's the right way. Titanium suck, you need cobalt. Yeah, I guess so. That one went. This one's doing its thing. There we go. I swear those other ones were wood bits, dude. I'm not even pushing and this one's going. Okay. That one went. Okay. Okay, got that one. We're still kind of rusty in the same spots, dudes. And I'm not sure if there's a spot weld right here. It's hard to say. I don't think there is. It looks like somebody hammered the heck out of this thing. But somebody other than me. All right, showtime. Let's gack these things down here. Yeah. Let's get the big drill. The spot weld cutter. There's only 4 spot welds on this side, and there's 8 in the same spot on the other side, dude. That's weird. Those are definitely through. Okay, on to these ones. I punched through because I'm an idiot. That's good enough. Should be able to pry the rest of the way. Let me just get all this crap out of this. Ah, I punched through. Damn. I did it again. Crap. Yeah, it's really kind of not difficult, but it's kind of tough to see where, like how far you are through. Like, I'm pretty sure that's enough. I don't think we needed to go any further than that. I punched through. I'm worried there's just not really a lot of metal behind this thing. That's good. Why? Stop it. Prick. you know, now that I'm like doing this more, you can kind of feel it. You can feel when it goes through, like it gets springy a little bit, I guess. Like right there, that's it. That's all it takes. It doesn't take much. That was me, I slipped. Nope, it's just a weird angle. Like you can feel it, it starts to get springy. It's very subtle though. I don't know, I suppose maybe you guys know what I'm talking about. Okay. Let's see. You keep overdoing it. Yeah. CAD drawing for reassembly later. Oh, thank you. What's going on here? I'm getting the rear panel, or attempting to get the rear panel off of this thing. So we can get at the trunk floor and fix it. Okay, that's separated. Doesn't seem like we got all of this. This thing should want to pop right off, but it doesn't want to. Maybe we'll get at it from the bottom first. A lot of rust. Again, not anything we didn't know. There we go. Got it to pop. Is there another spot weld right there? I can't really tell. There we go. I got it. It's that guy. Just being a little stubborn. We can always hammer and dolly this thing back to flat, so I'm not too worried about it. It's old steel, it'll be fine. That one isn't all the way through. Now it's through. And I mean through. Like through. Something's keeping us attached here. Like I missed the spot weld or something. I don't think I did. There we go. Got it. Okay. That one's not all the way through either. I have no idea how, but it's not. More holes, more better? Yeah. Not really. There's more work for us to do later, but yep. We're still welded right there. See if I can just get a good swipe at it. We didn't get all that damn spot weld. We got most of it though. There we go. That's gonna suck. There's a spot. I missed one. It's like right there.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What's that?
What do you call a Viking who lost his boat? A hiking.
Okay. Hey, Geeson. Leave the wedge in when you're drilling. Oh, okay. Man, they really went to town with this dang thing. We're almost separated, dude, and we're close. See, this part's going to be tough because there's nothing down there. There's no quarter. See, there's just nothing. I might have to angle grind this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Look at that subbing. Thank you. Good fella, just tap it in. Just tap it in. Just tap it in. Just give it a little tappy. Tap, 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 taparoo. Yeah. There is one spot right there. No, that's not going to work. I had it backwards. Should be able to get it. We're going to have to remake this flange. Some of it up there can be saved. But yeah, we'll see if we can zap. Or at least flatten this one out, fill in the welds, and grind it smooth. What we really need to keep is the recess pieces. But yeah. Man, this is a lot of work. You got to really take your time with this, huh? I don't mind it. It's actually pretty cool. It's a turbo. There's just a little bit of weld hanging on there. It's just a teeny weeny bit right there. Where does the spot weld go? That's right, it goes in this square hole. At what point would a thin reciprocating saw be helpful? That's why old guys restore cars. They could be have an excuse to get away from the nagging misses. Yeah. I decided to make it my job. I don't know what that says about me, Cyber Smile. There's like two spots right next to each other. Okay, let's get at it with the spot welder again. Oh, here it comes. Well, it's going to be a rot. There's still just a smidge. There we go. I got it. Oh, there really isn't much of that frickin' thing left, but there we go. Totally separated. You gotta keep them separated. All right. I'm pretty sure that that side is detached. Let's see, can we move this? We could definitely move this one. What about over here? There we go. Oh man, there it goes. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. That one moved just a little bit. Looks like we're still welded over here. Looks like there's some spot welds just hanging out. Making good progress though, bros. Real good. The inner top corner is still holding it. Yeah. Our structure is keeping this thing very strong. The bracing was, yeah, I'm happy we did that. I'm happy we triangulated it because it is not moving. Yeah, right there. There's another spot weld. How is that still spot welded? Dang it. It looks like there's two of them right next to each other, dudes. It's gonna eat into that though. Might be rust holding it together, dudes. Because I am not 100% sure what else is still here holding this thing. Did I miss a spot? I don't see any spot welds there. Let's try getting at it this way. There's a little bit of one right there. Oh, she's hanging on by a thread, dudes. And got it. It's just a little bit. There it is. Oh, we're almost there. See, I told you that side wouldn't have been as bad. See? There we go. That's all separated. Good. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. Yeah, there's a bunch of spots all down the bottom, Dean, we got to get at. But it's pinch welded to the trunk. I might just cut it. I might just cut it all out. Now, I'm wondering over here. Looks like there's another spot weld. There's a small one right there. Yeah, I see it. It actually looks like there's two. There's two little guys right there. What do you guys think? Look. See them? 1 and 2. One right there, one right there. Coronet really looks good from the back. Dude, it's a sick looking car. I just, B-body Chryslers, man, you can't lose. The looks are just very, very nice. Very nice on the eyes, dudes. I think those guys are right up in there. Let me get the small drill with the drill bit. You know, this is a lot easier when you pilot the holes with a drill. Like, way easier. Like, I'm stupid for not doing that, but now we know. Hear that noise? The rup, rup, rup. Ready? Ha ha! Ha ha! Ed boy! There it goes, Ed boy! Dude, somebody went to town with the spot welder over here. This guy over here was like, you know, you only need like 4, right? And the other guy's like, nah. Send it. You know, he's like, my side's better. Look, it's got more. Good. Killer. Killer. Drop the check tomorrow. You serious? Thank you, God! Yeah, with the Clecos, we'll get this done. This will be really easy to, you know, knock on wood. It'll be really easy to get this all back together. Oh yeah. Damn, one of my tacks failed. Crap. Stop it. Crap. The tack on this thing it moved. I can set it back into position. Emergency welding session. Nah, it's fine. It's okay. We didn't lose that much structure. There we go. She's fixed. All good. It was back in its position too. And that's good because that, I mean, we didn't really lose much cross, but yeah, that's fine. You ideally really don't want that to happen, but it's fine, especially after you know, cut structure out of the car. Okay. See, I would say, well, now we got to drill the spot welds out on the bottom. I've been kind of waiting for you guys on this one, waiting for your input. I mean, technically, we should try to salvage as much of this as we can. The problem is that there really ain't much there. That's the rear cross member. And that's what's left of the bumper bracket mount. Believe me, if I could have done that, it was not structural. Don't worry about that. Which tells me that we're really only attached right there, and then a couple of pinch welds in the center. Already cutting the trunk out, so I might just zap that and call it a day. How's your tetanus shot? I got one a little while back. Don't worry. Don't dig about trying to repair what's already gone. That's exactly what I'm saying, dude. Rear cross member is shot. There's nothing left. The backs of the frame rails are shot. There's nothing left there. So where the heck are we still attached? We're still attached over there and over there with a couple of spot welds here and there. We should be able to get through it. Or we could just cut it and make a new flange. The point is that I'm trying to save this. You can buy these. You can buy them. They're like $300. So I'm trying to save this as much as we can. But the thing is, they're like, look, see the cross member's moving with this, and it really shouldn't be. The good news is that our bracing is true as hell, dude. See how when I move this, none of the quarter panels move or anything? We're still getting that up and down movement that I was kind of afraid of, but not bad, dude. Not bad at all. To be honest, I'm starting to think that this car isn't worth it anymore. Kind of sad. Would Fleetari friggin' give up? Would Fleetari give up? Hell no, he wouldn't. But terve, Mikale. I don't know what else he says. He would not give up. No, it's not car Theseus. It's not. It kind of will be when we're done, but that doesn't matter. Legally, that don't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? Legally? Because as long as the VIN plate is the same, that's the root part, same car. And who cares? I don't have any memories with this freaking car. My only memory is driving it down the road and almost killing myself when the brakes failed. Don't worry about it. My thing is that frame rail, that and the cross member are the most important parts. I'll fix it. You haven't gotten that thing off yet? Dude, shut up. Shut up. You have no idea what kind of hell is going on here. We'll fix it, Hellfish. We'll fix it. We'll retriangulate it. Stop being a bitch. All y'all. Are y'all a bunch of bitches? Smells like bitch in here. Okay. Yeah, we gotta go PG. I got a wedgie. Sorry. I need to hydrate. There we go. Says the man with an old Chrysler Proj. That's it. It's an old Dodge. What are you expecting? A straight car? What are you, nuts? I know it'll be fixed. My point lies more in strategy than feasibility. We get the jacks, just like I was talking about. We have plenty of reference here for cars that are straight. This shouldn't be too hard to put back together. We've got everything triangulated. I'm really not worried. Like, this car is still pretty strong, man. Even with this back piece out, I was worried it wouldn't be strong. But these quarters are something fierce, man. Look at that thing. That ain't moving at all. Wow. Sick. You know what that tells me, dude? This car is strong right now. It's still structural. Somehow. I can't figure that one out. Oh, my burp just did, though. Yeah. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's do this. I'm ready. Let me just check I got to strategically check some clearances for the flag, clearances for the circus. Okay. All right. I'm going to solve all that. We can solve all that. It's just the ends. The ends are what we got to worry about now. There's just a little bit of a spot weld here. And guess what, dude? That one should be easy to get. Would you please save the planet and recycle it? Recycle it. Save the planet and recycle it. You know nothing of saving the planet, my friend. You know nothing. Because throwing away a car and buying another one is not saving the planet. That's using more energy, not less. Throwaway culture is ass, and it deserves to be shunned at every corner. I'm fixing my stupid car. This thing is well and away paid for its carbon footprint 3 or 4 times over, despite being a gas guzzler. It's definitely paid for it. There we go. Buying a new crap box, Econo box with non-recyclable parts that you throw away after 80,000 miles is not saving the planet. That's doing the opposite of it, Norris. We're hanging on just by a spot weld over there. That ain't saving the planet, brother. No space news today. Chat wanted to keep going, Northern Sky. Do you have any questions about anything in particular? No, seriously though, Norris, I'm not kidding. This thing is well and away paid for its carbon footprint, the energy that it costs to make. Even though it doesn't have a fuel-efficient engine in it. This thing, seriously, it's paid for its carbon footprint. It's way past net zero. Think about it. It absolutely is. Sorry, EJ, too many very bad experience with old stuff. Dude, think about it. If I got rid of this and I went and bought a new car, right? Imagine how much more energy it takes to make a car. Even a car nowadays that's fuel efficient. Think about it. You end up polluting even more by buying a new car, by buying a new television, by buying a new this, buying a new that. And it's a fake. Where's the Bondo? Oh, we got most of it off, dude. Nah, dude. Trust me, it's better if we save this thing. It's not better for my wallet, but it's better for your environment. I'm serious, dudes. That's not bull crap. Okay. All right. I just zipped the rest of this off here. I probably shouldn't have, but we're hanging on by a thread. That's all separated. There's a little bit right there. Let me get my snips back. There, I would try to like drill more spots out over there, guys, but there's nothing to drill. Seen a city's channel on YouTube called Infrastructure. He's done a series creating a county in Mass. Really cool. I think you'll enjoy it. ChatGPT agrees with me. I know ChatGPT agrees with me, guys. It's just engineering. To understand engineering, you have to understand that energy and how it's generated it's a zero-sum game. All right? If you want to move 2 tons of something over there, it's always going to cost the same amount of energy. Now, there are more efficient ways to generate said energy, but it's always going to cost the same amount of energy. If you understand that calculating energy and like how energy comes together, electricity, nuclear, whatever, any type of energy, kinetic energy, whatever, potential energy, heat energy, electrical energy. If you understand that it's, you know, it's addition. It's not, I mean, this is a very, 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 very simplified version of the laws of thermodynamics, but that's the idea. If you understand that it's a zero-sum game, it's always going to cost the same amount of energy to move that over there, then it makes a lot more sense saving an old car. How come you shaved your head? It's hot. It's hot in here, dude. I didn't shave my head. I gave myself a nice buzz cut. You know, it mostly covers up my balding head. Mostly. Mostly. It's not about the energy. It's about starter of the week and clutch of the month club. I don't know what that means, but all right. Electric car engines are roughly 95% efficient. Combustion is roughly 20%. So yeah, when the rubber hits the road, an electric car is more efficient going down the road. But that doesn't take into account the costs. The electric cars are a more complicated piece of equipment. And it requires much more manufacturing than this thing ever did. This thing was made in a shed. An electric car needs all types of computers and stuff. And I'm not saying computers are bad. I'm just saying it takes more energy to manufacture one of those things. Way more energy than this thing ever did. To the point where over the total life cycle of energy involved in building this car, from all the energy that it took to build it, the line, manufacturing all the equipment, all the people on the line, all the robots on the line, all the electricity, all the sum of all the energy needed to make a vehicle like a Model S or something, bro, that almost did. I'm not trying to say that that thing passes this thing's carbon footprint, but it absolutely does. But you save a couple miles, you're saving fuel, I guess. That's good. No carbon emissions. That's cool. But you got to remember all the carbon emissions in the first place. You need more carbon emissions to make an electric vehicle because electric vehicle is way more complicated than this thing is, despite being mechanically simple. That's not bull crap, dudes. It's just physics. There we go. Either way, I don't know. You want to drive an electric vehicle? Electric vehicles are cool. I don't have any problems with EVs. It's just important to understand that. You have a bad history with 60s and 70s era Chrysler products? It's a labor of love, Norris, for sure. Sorry, I wasn't quite sure what you were getting at, dude, but what's a beverage of choice? Canada Dry. Got it before the tariffs. It's made here. It's just the name, but it's still funny, right? No? No? All right, cool. Anyway. Older 318 V8, likely in the range of 12 to 15 miles per gallon on average. I bet you could push 20 with this thing going down the highway, home planet. Yeah, if you tune the carb out, you de-jet the carburetor and make the engine run lean with a big radiator, you could probably get 20 miles a gallon in this car. Sure, no problem. Guys, this car isn't as heavy as you think it is. It's a big car. But look, there's nothing inside of it. It's actually pretty light for its size. You'd think this car is 5,000 pounds. It's probably 3,300 pounds, maybe. Maybe 3,300. What's that in like? Yeah, maybe it's probably closer to 34, 35 maybe. That's like, I don't know, 1,500 kilos? Maybe. It's not bad. It's not as heavy as you think. There's nothing in it. It's hollow. This is all hollow. It's just a big shape. Bondo doesn't weigh much. The sad thing, Norris, is that you think the 70 Challenger is one of the best looking cars ever. What was your bad experience with Chrysler, man? I mean, yeah, of course, it's a piece of junk, dude. Of course, I'm not going to say that it's not, but we can fix it, bro. We're going to fix it, and it's gonna be tight, y'all. Okay, just got a little bit more to drill out over here. I love your car. Mycon, she wants to be saved. We're gonna save it. I shouldn't, but we should. She tells you things. This one tells you it wants to be saved. I mean, look at how mechanically simple it was to get the engine back up and running. Transmission still is leaking a little bit, and that sucks, but we got the brakes dialed in, we got everything dialed in. I'm telling you, these things tell you stuff, dude. This one wants to be saved, so I'll save it. And then maybe later we'll cut it up and make it a two-door, I don't know. Yep, Zane, that's right. Last, please. Any plans for Red Dead 2 tonight? Yeah, maybe. To create a smaller carbon footprint, is it worth it to put more fuel-efficient engine in there? Or is this question relying on many variables? What is a fuel-efficient engine? What do you mean? Put a 4-cylinder in it? 4-cylinder is not going to get you better gas mileage than this, dude. It's not strong enough. Well, maybe, actually, a K-swapped K24 in this thing would be pretty funny. That would piss so many people off. A modern engine, a modern V8 would probably be better, and I should have one lined up here sooner rather than later. Just weld the transmission pan shut, it won't leak anymore. Yeah. Like with a four-banger, the four-banger is going to be struggling and it's going to generate a ton of heat. You really, like a rocket, right? 1,000, like a rocket. You know, you played Kerbal, right? Thrust to weight ratio. That's really important, especially with cars, okay? This is why, like, you know, even though the speed limit is like 80 miles an hour, why cars can go 150. It's not that, it's because at 80 they're very efficient. They go very efficient. Sometimes a bigger motor for your application is better. This thing, this car, this shape with this weight needs about 300 horse. Give or take, maybe a little bit less than that. You could probably do with like 270. 300 horse would be like fuel efficient for this car. And guess what the 318 made from the factory? It made about that. Probably a little bit less. It made the torque though, because big V8. Hellcat crate engine, a Cummins swap. Cummins might be a little too much torque for the application. But 1,000, there's a lot. It's just like picking out propulsion for a rocket. You know, you're not going to use a swivel engine when you need a vector engine, right? Same idea. This car doesn't need more than 400 or 500 horsepower. Like, that's really the upper echelon of what this chassis kind of, I mean, you could do more. This chassis wasn't really designed to go past that. You'd have to start reinforcing things, right? Hey, Maddie, what's going on? Like a Cummins swap would bend this thing. It would bend the entire car, even if we fixed everything and reinforced it. It really depends, dude. It depends on what you're trying to do. Have we reached peak efficiency? Seemed like everyone is moving to 2.0 turbos instead of 6s or 8s. No, not really. Put a Windsor in it and watch people flip their lids. Nah, I'm not doing that. What do you think about hot swapping batteries for electric cars? It's a way to go. Either way, it's great to see you work on it. Yep. Anyway, I get off my soapbox, dudes. Let's get back to work. 427? Yeah. Do you like modern diesels? Make it choke on its own exhaust and force it to use DEF? Yeah. No. No, I'm good. I'm good, Flecken. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Okay, we're almost there. All right. There's a couple of spots right there. And a couple of spot welds on what's left of the the right trunk extension. And then here's a piece of the cross member. So we have a couple of spots to drill and then a couple to drill over here. This is going to be tough. This plate is going to be really hard to get at. The rest of this, we'll Sawzall it. It's really not connected anyway.